I okay. Hi guys. I had to test to see if my microphone was working, and it is. So that's good. Um Happy Thursday everybody. It's not Thursday. Happy Sunday everybody. This week is ending and we're moving full throttle into the next week. Um I hope you guys have had a wonderful weekend. I hope that you guys have an even better week ahead of you. I hope you guys are doing well and hanging in there because a lot of shit's going on. The government has still shut down and they haven't offered funding for SNAP benefits. So there's going to be a lot of people going hungry. So hopefully, um, y'all got some food set aside for yourself. Um, Hopefully, y'all have support so that you guys can get fed. If I had money, I'd probably put my money towards a food bank, but I don't have money at the moment. I am broke. Um, but to those of you out there that are struggling, I see you, I understand, I love you, and I only hope for the best for you. Um, I know times are very hard right now, especially coming into the holiday season. And it's just really unfortunate that things are getting this bad. Um, yeah, it's very sad to think about, but hopefully I can provide some entertainment in these trying times. Since it is Sunday, we are going to be doing my special Reddit story Sundays, which on every Sunday of the week, I get on live and I read Reddit stories for about like 4-ish hours or so. I try to hit the 4 hour mark. Um, right now, I'm really into the Am I the Asshole and the Am I Overreacting subreddits. So I like to read from those and I like to offer um, my feedback based off of what I've read. And yeah, that's just what I do. That's what I do. So hopefully you join me today, this Sunday, for the Reddit Story Sunday segment. If not, this will be a recorded VOD for you to take a look at later on if you are interested. And yeah, let's just have a fun time. Try to try to smile amidst these trying times, if you will, even though it might be difficult, and even though it might be a little toxic positive to do so at the moment. But yeah, other things that happened this week, not much. I hung up some anime posters that I haven't hung up in a while. I got them somewhere around this time last year, like in the fall time during Dragon Con. I had gotten an Akira poster and a Sailor Moon poster, and they're really big. They're like 24 by 48. Um, and I never got a frame for them, so they just kind of were shoved in the corner of my closet. And then I finally got a frame, and for the longest time when I bought the frame, I just let it sit in my bedroom. I was like, I'm unmotivated to put up my posters. I really don't feel like it. My life's in shambles. I don't know what my next plan is. Until I finally put the posters together last night, and they look great. So now I need some of that, what do they call it? The Velcro tape that you hang up on, you like stick onto your walls. It's like Velcro friendly tape that you can stick onto your walls. And sorry guys, I'm fixing my boot. You can put your pictures on. It's renter friendly. So if you rent and you don't own, you don't have to worry about hammering anything into the walls and um, you know, having to pay a security or lose your security deposit. So I always found it nice to use the Velcro wall uh, adhesive. So I need those for my big posters so I can hang them up in my bedroom. And yeah, maybe I should put more of my artwork up in my bedroom, like things that I like to draw up inside of my room. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that'll bring me more joy. Maybe. But yeah, sorry. I also filmed Hey X, This What's on Your Mind. I filmed that this Saturday. So expect that coming into uh on my second channel, X's Does. Expect that coming through on Friday. I'll be posting that next Friday. So yeah. And I've been working on like some branding things as well, just changing up my brand. Okay, why? I feel so like not centered. Maybe I gotta change my camera. Okay. Yeah, working on some branding stuff. Changing my intro and my bumpers a little bit so that they reflect more of my personality and my interests. So yeah. Other things that's on my mind. Ooh, I listened to this band. Um, they're called Tetrarch. I think that's how you pronounce it. Tetrarch? Tetrarch. Or, you know what? I have a computer, so I can just do this. Tetrarch. Hit enter. I listened to this band, Tetrarch. I listened to them today while I was washing my hair and detangling my hair. It always sucks when I listen to music while I wash my hair because like to use the AirPods, but then water gets inside my ears, so I have to like take out the music halfway. But I like to immerse myself in the music while I wash my hair. But I was listening to them, and I like them. They're a new metal band. I listened to their album, their latest album. What's their latest album? The Ugly Side of Me? I don't know. It spoke to me on a personal level, so yeah. Oh, and they're based in Atlanta too, which I think is pretty cool as well. So I'm probably gonna listen to more of their music. But yeah, the lead singer sounds like Chester from Linkin Park to me, and then the lead guitarist. Let me look this up because she's a big deal. She's a very big deal. Um, she's the first ever African American female with a signature guitar in all of heavy music. So I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, I listened to that band today. I discovered last week, or actually, yeah, last week, who Abra is. No, not the Pokemon, like the artist Abra. Yeah, her. She's 36. She looks so young for her age. Oh my god. Yeah, but I discovered who she is and how she was a part of like the dark synth movement in like indie Tumblr music. So I've been listening to her stuff. It's pretty good. Um and then I listened to Tyler's song Chanel. Yeah. Which okay, so I have my takes about Tyler. I put them in my Hey Access What's on Your Mind video, but I can just say them here. One thing that I find interesting about Tyla is that while I find her extremely talented and very, very beautiful, I noticed that all her music sounds the same. Like the music from her debut album and the music from her EP. All of it sounds the same. And what I mean is the formula is similar. Like some people will say music sounds the same because it carries like the same cadence or like the same like sound, right? Which I would argue if someone has like a signature sound or cadence, it doesn't mean that all their music sounds the same. However, with Tyla, I noticed that in her debut album and then in her EP album, the formula of her singing and then her singing the chorus and then a chorus of people singing along with her, I don't know, that's just kind of repetitive. And I can understand why she's not really hitting in the States the way she needs to, or the way she wants to, rather. However, the song Chanel actually sounded real different than uh, any of the other music that she's really came out with, and I like that. But I'd say like an Afrobeats artist who is doing like the Afrobeat sound, but it's kind of original and unique and sounds like, sounds different with every single like era and single she comes out with is Iris Star. Hot Body, her single sounds a lot different than her like sophomore album. Like there's just a unique sound, which is why I feel like both ladies will probably do well in the USA market, but I don't know. I favor Iris Star a bit more because her music just sounds a little bit more interesting. Like even the songs that were on her sophomore album, was it 21? Sophomore album. The year I turned 21. Yeah, okay. All the songs on this album, they all sound different. And they all have really good features too. Um, Whereas all the songs on Tyla's album kind of sound like the formula just sounds the same. So, like I said, I think both ladies will do well in the mainstream USA market. Um, but I can see why people are like not really feeling Tyla. And I've also said this before, but the color, her identifying as colored doesn't, for me personally, I can't speak for all Black Americans, but for me personally, really doesn't bother me as much. Because I know the diaspora is different throughout all different places in the world, like the way they view black in Africa and in South Africa is going to be different than the way we view black African Americans here in America, which is going to be the way they view black Africans in the UK and Scotland and Sweden. Like it's just going to be different. So I'm not really going to get riled up about Tyla identifying as colored. Um, yeah. But as far as like talent goes, I think she's very talented. And I don't know, I just think that I don't know, I just don't like the weird hazing that a lot of young artists, like new and upcoming artists, have to go through before they get like their flowers and are respected. This is a cool look she has. I really like this look. She's very pretty here. But I don't know, I just don't think that's fair. Because it's like every single like female artist that has came out in the past 5 years or so, like they're just held up under such unrealistic scrutiny. It's like it's kind of disgusting in my opinion. It's just like I don't know. I feel like we should just give them a bit more grace, especially since women are, I don't know, pillars in the mainstream music space. You don't see a lot of guys making it big in mainstream music anymore, unless it's hip hop. You just don't see that. But yeah, so that's my opinion on that. Let's see, anything else that I wanted to talk about? Not really. Oh, I'm still in a boot. I'm still in a boot. My foot has to heal, so I think I'm gonna be in this boot for about 2 weeks or so. On one foot, then I'm gonna switch to the next foot. It is what it is. I like the boot, and I also got some new insoles to kind of help with the plantar fasciitis that I'm dealing with. And hopefully that will work in my favor so that I can exercise the way that I want to. I have learned that I probably should not walk excessively on the treadmill. And I've also learned that if I'm going to lift weights, then I'm going to have to do so with sneakers on. I cannot lift weights barefoot. So that is something that I've learned. So yeah. Oh, and then also, Tyla and Young Miami clash over Chanel song release. Apparently, Young Miami said that like Tyla stole a verse from her because she said something about he want to put me in Chanel. He want me. He ain't want to put me in Chanel. Something along the lines of that. And I don't know. Like, in my humblest opinion, all of them be swapping ghostwriters, and honestly, yeah, how you say you love me, you wouldn't put me in Chanel, right? How you say you love me, you wouldn't put me in Chanel. And Young Miami's like you stole my line, I guess. But like they all swap ghostwriters. So I mean, are you surprised? Do you know how many times I heard a lot of female rappers talk about how their pussy's like holy water? Like just blessing pussy like holy water. And I'm over here like, are you sure your pussy's like holy water? What if it's like elixir or something else? Like, it can't just be like you're not everyone's pussy is holy, okay? That's all I'm saying. So I don't know. I thought that was weird. I feel like that is Young Miami trying to catch on to a wave or ride, get some relevancy. So anyway, I'm gonna read some "Am I the Asshole" stories on subreddit, on the subreddit. Am I the asshole? And then I also have "Am I overreacting" too. I haven't done "Am I overreacting," and I think this one is gonna be very interesting. Honestly, let's read this one first because I'm invested. Okay. Am I overreacting for cutting off my dad based on his political beliefs? My dad, for the better part of almost 10 years now, has been obsessed with Donald Trump. He's obsessed to the point where he's been going to rallies every time he can, has all the MAGA merch, and even met Trump IRL. Oh, God. Having a framed photo of them both in his bedroom along with my grandpa and my dad's friends. I have never liked Trump since I found out who he was, like sixth grade when I was 12, and I've been able to look past it for a while because it didn't necessarily affect my life, and I just chalked it up to, well, maybe Trump is doing something good for everyone, something good enough for my dad to ride for him so hard. No pause. But now in October 2025, I can't put up with it no more. Every American reading this knows very well Trump is a modern day Hitler, and it's been deplorable year. And it's been a deplorable year. ICE, big beautiful bill, refusal to release the Epstein files, cutting SNAP, appointing racists and appointing racist and PDF files and racist PDF files, among many other things. My dad hasn't changed his mind in the slightest about him, and he's a big fan of all the evil Trump is doing and allowing to happen. I don't want to associate with people who support open air racism and classism, and like everything else Trump has done to my country. I have younger siblings, and it makes me feel scared knowing my dad is proud of himself smiling next to a sexual predator. Down below is the picture. Honestly, I think that it's very weird that their dad is like this upset. Like, I think, to be honest, real talk. I think it's weird for anybody to be super like worshipy towards politicians to begin with. Politicians are in the business. First of all, politicians in America are scammy AF. But on top, second of all, like for the most part, politicians shouldn't be idolized in the same way you idolize your favorite sports team or your favorite celebrity. Like they should not be celebrated, idolized, or worshipped in the same way, honestly. And I think it's very weird that in America, it feels like we have been the only country for quite some time who have been obsessed with like political worship in the way that people will like literally worship their favorite singer or their favorite like girl group or boy band group. You know what I mean? I just think it's so weird. Like we haven't seen this I don't know, in modern day history, I'd say, Obama, he had like a lot of people were like they had like the hope and the change posters in the background with his face and all of that. And people would argue that could be a form of propaganda, sure, but to like this level where you have like MAGA merch, where people want to like take pictures with this, like they're like worshiping this guy. To be fair, some people wanted to take pictures with Obama and they were also worshiping him too. And I do remember some of my like family members saying that they did not tune into politics until Barack Obama was elected or considered to be elected president, which is, I no offense, that's a little bit embarrassing on their part, on their end. But I feel like now, knowing what I know about politics and knowing how divisive things have become, and just knowing that both politicians on like the left and the right, or Democratic and Republican politicians, probably right as of right now don't have our best interests at heart. It just feels very weird to worship these people, especially when they live completely different lives than you, especially when they are in the business of not um supporting you. They don't want to support you. So do I think they are overreacting for wanting to cut off their dad based off their political beliefs? No. And I also think it's weird when people are just like obsessed with politicians in this way, like obsessed with celebrities in this way. Like I get like wanting to meet your favorite celebrity, but to the point where like you have like a lot of their merch and it's almost like a weird hyperfixation. I don't know. Hyperfixations only make sense for me like to like own a lot of merch and a lot of something, a lot of like one specific thing that you're interested in. It only like makes sense to me unless it's like Sonic the Hedgehog. It only makes sense to me if it's Sonic the Hedgehog, because I am very like hyper fixated on Sonic the Hedgehog. So if there was like a Sonic corner, if I saw someone with a corner of like Sonic the Hedgehog merchandise, I would freak out because I'm a big Sonic fan. But if I saw a corner of like BTS merchandise, I'd be like, oh, that's cute. Like they like them. But if I saw a corner of like, Barack Obama merchandise or Donald J. Trump merchandise, I'd be like, okay, that's weird, because they're politicians at the end of the day. They're not superheroes, and they're probably not, they don't have the best interests. Donald Trump, especially, like at least with Barack Obama, in some cases, like you could argue, he did pretty well in leveling out the economy for Americans. And then you could also argue that he didn't do too well because they still had illegal immigrants, and immigrant children still stuffed in cages. You know what I mean? Um, but with Donald Trump, especially with all the shit that's going on and how bad things are getting, I will probably leave your house if I see like a Donald Trump corner. Like I just don't feel like, I don't know why you would want to worship politicians in 2025. Any politician. And I have a few of my favorites, like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Jasmine Crockett. And even then, I'm not going to like worship the ground that they walk on. I care about them doing their job first before I care about getting like a little hat or a t-shirt with their face on them. So if they want to cut off their dad based on their political beliefs, I don't blame them, because like I don't know, it's just getting like weird and obsessive at this point, and it's getting very culturally. So yeah, let's see what they say. Recently, a lot got brought up between my mom and I always knew she was pretty crazy, but I didn't realize she was a full-on racist. Really? I decided to go no low contact, and I can't tell you the amount of peace I've had in my life. She used to call me multiple times a day to complain about everything. Now we maybe talk once a week, and it's much better and healthier for me. Man, I also find it weird that the same people who told us things like don't believe, like the same like parents and elders who told us don't believe everything you see on TV, always do your research, not everything on TV is real, not everything you see online is real, are like immediately swayed on believing things that like fit their confirmed bias without like doing proper research and proper understanding. My own mom started talking, my mom, right? My mom's a black woman, okay? Started talking to me about how people were getting laid off because of DEI, and started like aiming at like how my boss should probably get laid off because she's not a qualified woman in like a high leadership role as a POC woman. And I immediately had to like stop her right there. And I was like, where did you get this notion that like DEI was the reason why she got hired and she didn't get hired for, her skill set? Like, even though I had issues with my boss, or I had concerns with working there, it didn't mean that my boss wasn't good at her job. You know what I mean? And it's like my mom was willing, based on her confirmed bias or whatever she saw online, whoever said whatever talking head said what to make it sound convincing to her. My mom believed that people were getting laid off, women of color were getting laid off because of DEI cutbacks, and that DEI was ruining everything. And I was just like, no, where are you getting your information? Like you sound just like the people who are oppressing you and oppressing me. Like, where did you get that information? So like, I don't know. I find elders who just like move from emotion on like a lot of their talking points instead of like full fleshed out research. I found that interesting, especially when they told us that we should be researching a lot of the things we see online and we see on the internet and on television. Also, another quick story time. I remember during the pandemic, we were talking about how awful things were. This is when Trump was still in office. And I was saying, like, yeah, everything's ruined and everything just sucks. And it's just really hard out here for all of us. And then immediately, granted, my aunt is like big boomer age, like probably in her 80s at the time. Immediately, my aunt jumped to, yeah, everything's so crazy and people want to change genders now. There are women who want to be men and there are men who want to be women. That's the reason why this world is so messed up. And I'm just like, that's not where I was going with that. No. You're over here stressed out about trans people. Meanwhile, there are folks who've gotten laid off of their job amidst the pandemic and are dying from a disease and politicizing the idea of wearing a mask. And you're over here blaming trans people. Like, I don't know what it is about that. I hope that millennials and Gen Z don't be as kooky and like out of pocket as boomers and Gen X, because that is like a wild take. Just curious, is a weekly conversation really considered low contact? I have a pretty good relationship with both my parents and I talk to them about once a week. I think it's a healthy amount that allows you to live your life without their input on every decision. Plus it gives you more to talk about each time you talk. I don't even call my parents once a week. I don't. I call them maybe like once a month. And they must be really close, but yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for her mother though. It feels like people are willing to believe things based off of emotions rather than actual research. It's unfortunate. Okay, let's if your dad is supportive of the fucked up things Trump is doing, more so the removal and suppression of human rights, then that is him showing his moral and his true self. Yeah. If you feel this reflects his character and you are uncomfortable with that, then no, you're not overreacting. To all the conservatives saying it's always the tolerant left being intolerant, ask yourself why it's always a liberal that has to force themselves to put up with a bullshit conservative family member. And it's seeing a lot of responses with something along the lines of, it's just politics, how could you? But at that point, it's just not politics, right? Would you consider Hitler's policies to be just politics? If no, politely shut up and find a better argument. And so, like, that's another thing. I would argue that it felt like it was just politics when, like, Bush was in office, right? And then when Clinton was in office, it just felt like it was politics. It felt like, okay, Bush is president, he has a bunch of policies, and then the only propaganda I really saw was us going to Iraq after 9/11, right? But now it's not just politics. Now it's really weird. Like, I have yet to see people, I don't remember there, but to be fair, I was like a kid, right? But when Bush was in office, I don't remember people, buying a bunch of like Bush merch and hanging it in the corner of their rooms and stuff. I think people were probably enamored with politics in the White House and wanting to be a part of like politics, but not in the way that we saw like everything that's going on with Trump. Like all the merch, all the posters, like it's getting like culturally level of worship. And I just find that weird and that makes me very uncomfortable. So yeah, I don't agree with the it's just politics, how could you? Because now it's not. It's like borderline culturally, and I don't know. Even if my dad wasn't abusive, I would have cut him off just as quick and easy. It would not have been any harder for me to make that decision. So again, OP, no, you're not overreacting if you cut him off for being a Trump supporter. It's not just supporting a president, it's supporting a deplorable, garbage, violent, nasty human being. And you have to be some sort of fucked up to support that. No, I cut my dad off, not just because he's a Trump supporter, but because he's also an abusive piece of shit to my mom and himself. So it checks out as well. Huh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. But let's go back and read another Am I Overreacting? What is this? Where is this? This is so close to someone's skin. Like look at the you can see the little grooves of their skin. Whoa. Okay, sorry guys. Oh my god. Am I overreacting for skipping Starbucks because of traffic with my pup? Yeah, maybe. All right. Am I overreacting to my girlfriend sharing a bed non-sexually with a male friend? Alrighty. I, 25 male, have been in a long distance relationship with this girl, 24 female, for about 4 months now. She has a friend, straight, 22 male from college, who she's really close to and says she sees as a brother. She. it's, it's just your turn, King. She also insists that the feeling is mutual and that he only sees her as a sister. Yesterday, he flew to her city to meet her and booked a room. She told me that she is going to meet him but won't be staying. She went to visit him in the room and stayed there the entire day. She called me around 10 p.m. and told me that they just spent the whole day in the room and were going to watch a movie while having dinner. I knew immediately that she wasn't going back to her place, but I didn't say anything then. But then after dinner, they watched a few more movies, talked late until 3 a.m., and then slept in the same bed as well. Girl, that is not your girlfriend. Oh my god. Since I was messed up from last night's conversation, I didn't really send her any good morning message like I usually do with a silly good morning video I found online. I just said that I didn't sleep well and sent the video, to which she replied, well, it's too late. We have both woken up, confirming that they slept in the same room at least. This absolutely messed me up my entire day today, but wasn't going to bring it up as long as the guy is still around her. But she called me in the evening today and she was talking in detail about what they did yesterday, probably to make it clear that she isn't hiding anything from me, and said that they will probably do the same tonight as well, staying up until 3 a.m. talking. I did my best to stay calm and asked how many days he is staying, and she said that he is staying more than 3 days, weekend, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This absolutely made me fly off the handle, and I got on a call and essentially just yelled, to be honest, about how this is really not fine and doesn't sit well with me at all. She kept insisting that neither of their intentions are of the kind to be worried about, and nothing was ever going to happen between them. I guess that was the point. I realized that I don't even care about the intentions, but rather am simply not okay with my girlfriend sleeping in the same bed as an unrelated guy. It was the realization that brought me to the sub. Is that a bit of an overreaction? I wouldn't consider it an overreaction if the intentions of either person aren't clear. But even if they are clear, I'm not fine with it. Is that wrong on my part? No, not really. So I'm gonna give advice. I'm gonna make some commentary about the girl, right? Because it's okay to have men be your friends. It's okay to have male friends, men of the opposite sex be your friend. I have male friends of the opposite sex, friends that are of the opposite sex that are men who are my friend. And we get along fine, and we're pretty close, and there's nothing weird going on. But like the thing is that especially now that I'm in a relationship, but even if I wasn't in a relationship and just kind of knowing what I know about like, how guys operate a little bit, I wouldn't feel comfortable staying in a room or sleeping in a room at the very least with a straight guy. Even like a queer guy, honestly. I just would not feel comfortable unless like yeah, I don't know. Queer guy maybe I'd feel comfortable staying in the room, but straight guy maybe not. No. Um and then if I were in a relationship, absolutely not. That's like breaking some serious boundaries. And I think at that point, I think the OP needs to figure out whether or not his girlfriend actually um is in a romantic or like has some romantic feelings for this friend. I know he is in a long distance relationship with her, so that could definitely what's the word? Weaken their relationship, but it doesn't make it any better that she is like literally hanging out and is in the same room with a straight male friend. Um like I wouldn't have much of a problem with it if it was like her and then like some of her girlfriends and they were all sleeping in the room together. I don't think that would be a problem, but it's like her and this guy alone. Like it's just like that's just a little weird. That's just a little weird. Wouldn't you think? I don't know. I don't know. I think OP should put it like I don't know, maybe put in some ultimatums or just kind of let the relationship fade. And I think for the girl out of safety, like, and so this is why I would absolutely like at my big age probably feel very uncomfortable being in the same like hotel room with another guy that was my friend and we were not dating. Um, because you don't know what their intentions are, really. So just like for the safety of the girl, I don't think it would be a smart idea to just be in the same room with somebody who's a straight dude who you've known for all your life. Because I don't know, I just don't really trust men like that. I just don't. I would either just go home or see if I can find another room or yeah, that's what I do. Or we like hang out outside, out in public, because things can get very weird very fast. Updates. Firstly, I wish this story was fake. It isn't. This happened today, and I am still going through it. It hurts even more when someone straight dismisses it as rage bait. I don't think this is rage bait. It doesn't give rage bait. There's too many like specific details for this to be rage bait. Secondly, she messaged me a few hours or so ago saying that they apparently had a fight. This message was 5 hours after our phone call, 11 p.m. local time. The message, I will go back to my place after work tomorrow since it's too late to travel back now. I stayed here. Hold on. Secondly, she messaged me a few hours ago or a few hours or so ago saying that apparently they had a fight. That's not her friend. Like, there's some unspoken tension. My good sir, you need to end this relationship. She does not respect this relationship. What? After that absolutely perfect message, she apologized for not realizing that her decisions affect me as well. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. That means that I don't think you're the only dude. You're probably on the roster, and she might be leading you on with this LDR nonsense. I think you need to break up with her. All right, let me see. They spent the whole day and night in the room playing Scrabble. I'm sure. Scrabbling her inside. Hello. She got 16 points for the word cuckold. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no, this isn't good. Like, for OP, like, she's definitely disrespecting the relationship that y'all have. But then for herself, like, I just, unless you are trying to mac on your straight friend, I do not think, which it looks like she is, right? Like, because she's already saying we got into a fight. There was, like, some hidden tension there between her and her straight friend. I don't think it would be a good idea to be alone in a hotel with a straight male friend if you're in a relationship with a guy. I don't, even if you're not in a relationship with a guy, I just don't think it's a good idea as a woman to be in a hotel room with a guy if your guys aren't trying to fuck. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it just, very creepy shit could happen. Just safety, you know what I mean? And then you also have to think of it this way. If the roles were reversed, right? So if OP was a 25-year-old woman and they were dating a male long distance relationship, and they had a female friend that they were spending some time in the hotel with, girl, hetero pessimistic side of the internet would be eating them up. They'd be like, oh, hell no, leave him. He's just trying to lead you on. Like, I don't know. I just don't think it's fair to him. And I think it's a little dense on her end to just be okay with and not see anything wrong with wanting to spend time with her male friend in a hotel room together. That's just like weird. I could see myself doing something like that in like my early 20s because I just wasn't thinking. But like now that I'm older, absolutely not. Not alone. Hell no. If I had like 3 or 4 other friends with me, sure. You know, but we're not spending the night by ourselves in a hotel. Like, what are we trying to do here? They're not, no. I'm trying to think of circumstances. I'm thinking if I were to ever table at a convention and I was sharing a table with someone, but even then, I'd still want like a girlfriend there with me. I don't know. The older I get, the more I want to be around women. Like I used to be like, oh, I get along with men a lot more than I do women. That's not true. That's not true. That's just like misogynistic, pick Nisha type energy that I had when I was younger. But now I'm just really like, I kind of want to be around a lot of women. I want to hang around a lot of women. I'm comfortable around a lot of women. I'm not really comfortable around a lot of men. I'm actually very uncomfortable now. I mean, I'm sure there was some amount of talking while they stayed up until 3 a.m. Probably not much with some. You ready to go again? Yeah, I don't think y'all are in a relationship. My ex claims she met a guy, her ex before me, in a parking lot at 7 p.m. and they talked until 2 a.m. Never knew she was so chatty, so I'm calling BS. Y'all, cheating isn't funny though. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat, don't cheat, don't cheat. That's not funny. If true, this may be the worst that I know if I met a girl and spoke that long. We've made serious deep connections and are falling in love or lust at minimum. I don't falling in love is weird to me. It's so easy to fall in love, so hard to stay in it. Or lust at a minimum. But yeah, those long excited late night talks can be killers. I don't know, it just happened to me a few times and it wasn't romantic or sexual. Sometimes you just meet someone you have a great conversation with and you don't want the conversation to end. That was what it was like with me and my roommate when I was living with like roommates. We'd have just random conversations at like 3 in the morning and his girlfriend would be asleep and we just talk and then I just go to my bedroom and sleep. But boundaries were never crossed, you know what I mean? And there was a woman there, so like I felt safe. Weirdly, this is most of the time with people I'm never gonna see again. Oh, yeah. I've seen my wife for nearly 14 years. I went out of town last year and ended up sharing a room with one of our good friends that happens to be a woman. We stayed up drinking and talking until 4 in the morning one night, and there was never even the thought of cheating. Maybe it's rare, but it's possible for people of opposite sexes to share a room without banging. I seriously doubt. Hi. I seriously doubt that's the case with OP though. Yeah, okay, so that I agree with. There is a possibility that you guys can share a room and then not cheat. Like that's why there's like a lot of issues when we try to stick to the binary of like gender roles and like what men are supposed to do and what women are supposed to do, because then we don't offer opportunity to see people as human and be like, hey, well, no, this is normal. Like, you can actually have, like, a guy friend of the opposite sex and, like, it not be sexual. Or you can have a girlfriend of the opposite sex and you not want to bang her. You know what I mean? Or someone of the opposite sex, if you're a guy, that's a girl, and not want to bang her. But, I don't know. I still wouldn't do it. I just feel weird, and it's not even that like it's just I don't know. As a woman, like it just feels like I don't trust a lot of men. I wouldn't want to stay in a bedroom with a guy. I'd be very comfortable if like there was a girl or a woman there with me. I just can't explain it. And even then, women can be weird. Did you share a bed? Yeah, that's another thing. Like if it was like a two bedroom situation, even then, personally for me, if it was like a two bed situation, personally for me, if it was some dude of the opposite sex, I would if it was someone of the opposite sex, words. If it was somebody of the opposite sex, if it was a man, right? Especially a straight man, I would be very uncomfortable even if there was two beds in the hotel room. If it was one bed, absolutely, I'm not staying sleeping in one bed with the man that I don't know. Like, ugh. Did you share a bed? I'm also married 14 years, but it would feel disrespectful to share a bed with any woman that is not my wife. That is true. I also have no interest in cheating and have been faithful the day we met, so I'm genuinely curious. Also, how did your wife react, and did she at least know it was happening and was in communication? We did have separate beds. Okay. Okay, so that's a little less weird. And my wife was fully aware of the sleeping arrangement. My wife was originally supposed to come, but decided she'd rather not travel to see the concert we were going to and gave her ticket to our friend. We just switched the room from single king to double queen. Okay, good. Even if we couldn't have switched to a double queen and had to share a bed, I don't think it would have been an issue. I would have been a little weirded out as the wife. I don't know. I guess it's also important to note that this friend isn't single and has been in a relationship with her boyfriend for over a decade. Okay, we've all been close friends for years. He also didn't want to come to the show and was fine with the situation too. Okay, okay, that's fine. Brother, it was her ex. No way they just spoke and left her. Okay, all right. Let's see if I can find our less rage baity comment. A bed is a very personal space where we're most vulnerable as we sleep. How would she feel about you sharing a bed non-sexually with another female? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she would not be okay with that. Also, just because someone says it isn't sexual doesn't mean it isn't behind your back, or at least to the guy sleeping with her, probably hoping to put the moves on her sometime during that time. Yeah. Yeah, for real. You gotta watch out for other girls like this. Girls with nothing but guy friends or super naive girls that don't get what's going on. Yeah, I used to be like that. I used to be an iteration of girls with nothing but guy friends. And then I used to be super naive girls that don't get what's going on. I used to be like that big time. Now I'm just annoyed all the time and I'm like, get away from me. Yeah. Shove out of the way. But like the attention. I don't think I was ever this girl. But I think because of like misogyny and my naivete, I was definitely like nothing but guy friends and super naive. 80% of their guy friends want to hit and will give in the chance. See, and that's the thing I don't want to admit. I don't want to sound like super like sexist or pick me, but it's kind of the truth. It's kind of the truth. 80% of the guy friends want to hit and will give in the chance. Yeah. But then I've met some guys, like for the most part, the guy friends that I have, and see, I'm just speaking on my own experience. I've never seen them outside of character or out of pocket. I don't think they'd be like, yeah, I'll sleep with you. Like, but I don't want to find out if that makes any sense. If given the circumstance, you know what I mean? But yeah, this is the truth. 80%, like most men, they're gross. Funny story, girls will gaslight you and as you're fighting or reconciling be like, I guess I did it because I like the attention. But also it's your fault because I needed the attention. I could care less about male attention. I really could. Like, leave me alone. I remember I picked up like a margarita at the bar like a week ago. Um, because I was outside of my apartment and so I had to, entertain myself. I call them excess enrichment activities. So what I like to do is I like to get a book, go to a restaurant, um, sit at the bar, have a nice drink, eat some tacos, excess enrichment activities. And I remember I went to another bar to get like a slushy margarita because they're good. And I saw like this dude who looked to be about in his 50s, and it felt like he was looking at me. And I freaked all the way out. And I was like, no, I'm gonna take my margarita and run because I really don't have time for this. So I don't like male attention at all. I really don't. I don't know. It just gets annoying, like wasting my time. I don't know. Um, but woman attention is awesome. Just shower me with your compliments, pretty ladies, please, please. 95%. The other 5% will hit because they gay. So yeah, so if they're like queer or gay, like I would be okay being in the room with them. But even then, I'd be like, kind of want another girl here with me. They want to hit the girl's boyfriend. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, this is a weird argument, but some women are like that. Some people are like that, honestly. They want to hit the other girl's boyfriend. 98%, 3% of the 5% that are gay would still hit because yeah, yeah, yeah. And then there's people who just genuinely have a friend of the opposite gender and have shared a bed for the night for practical reasons with no funny business. Not everyone is horny constantly. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I do believe that. And I do believe that there's space to have um like non-sexual friendships with people or friendships that aren't rooted in can I fuck this person? But I don't know, dude. I just wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't feel comfortable with it. I wouldn't try. Yeah, I don't know. Because worst case scenario is somebody, and the trigger warning, a dude forces themselves on you. And they think it's an open invitation because y'all are in this like room together and there's one bed and they think that they can just get in there, right? That's the worst case scenario. And then it's not even like, oh, well, there was someone else in the room there so they can kind of vouch for me if they're a decent human being. It's like your word against theirs. And I just wouldn't try it. I wouldn't try it. Unless I'm trying to smash, I wouldn't try it. Even if their relationship is not sexual, you have the right to say that what you are not comfortable with. Yeah, yeah. She has the right to leave. Yeah. Like, I don't know. At like 3 in the morning, I just still go home. Like, we talk till 3 in the morning and I'll catch an Uber and go home. My now wife had a friend visit not long after we had started dating. I had no worries about her cheating, but I realized after meeting him, he had visited expecting that. But I realized after meeting him, he had visited expecting that. I recall being really uncomfortable. See, yeah, I don't want to be like all guys bad and men are evil, but like a lot of them just be thinking with their dicks. Like, I'm sorry, that's just something I wouldn't do. I wouldn't do. Seriously, dude, come on. Respect yourself and leave her. Yeah, leave her, king. I agree. I agree. She because here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the comment that really made me like side eye a little bit. And the updates when she messaged him a few hours or so ago saying that they apparently had a fight. This message was 5 hours after our phone call, 11 p.m. local time. No, that dude's trying to fuck. He definitely went to this trip thinking that he could profess his love to your girlfriend so he could steal her away. That's what that was. Like, what are y'all fighting about at 11 p.m.? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, am I overreacting? Daughter's father told me he woke in the night to her crying and that I did not wake. I checked the baby monitor and this never happened. Am I overreacting to be fuming? I don't really want to talk about kids right now. Am I overreacting for kicking my fiance out because he asked for the ring back while we were fighting. Yeah. Am I overreacting? My BF texting his former student. Sure. Let's take a look at this, love. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, okay. Okay, what is the text? I am so sorry I didn't get you the link, but it was so nice to see your face, hear your voice, and share some positivity with you. I missed you. It's totally okay. I'm so sorry I feel like I wasn't really prepared at the meeting and weird all night. I just kind of did the wrong things and said the wrong things. Anyways, I'm sorry. It was so amazing to talk to you. Anytime you get a chance, I'm always really excited to hear how things are going and to trauma dump all of my very academic struggles. It was good to hear your voice. I really miss you too. Not at all. You did a great job at the meeting. I just read your body language and was sensitive to the fact that you were a little uncomfortable. You're human. You can always call me. I will make time for you. I love hearing the stories. Makes my life even better. Okay, so already. Okay, so these are I guess these are his messages, or how do you know who sends what? I'm trying to figure out if the boyfriend sent this message or if he sent the gray. So I'm gonna do a little test on my own phone to see. Okay, no. Okay, so he's sending these messages, the gray messages. The other person is sending these messages. Okay, so it looks like he's saying that he missed his student. It looks like he's just pouring into his student. I don't see the problem. You did a great job at the meeting. I just read your body language and was sensitive to the fact that you were a little uncomfortable. You're human. You can always call me. I will make time for you. I love hearing these stories. Makes my life seem even better. Yeah, it just seems like they have a good relationship. My BF 43 male is a high school teacher. High school teacher? I thought he was a college professor. And stayed in touch with his former student, 19 female, who went off to college this year. Am I overreacting, or are the conversations like this between them, him blue, her white? Okay. A bit too emotionally charged to be a mentor-mentee relationship? Uh, maybe. I'm 50-50 on this one. Because I can see how a teacher who is mentoring his student would, just like these seem like very professional responses. He's not trying to get like all trauma dumpy or anything like that. He's very much so giving I am the mentor. And her response sounds the way I would imagine a 19-year-old's response to sound. I can see how you'd be a little bit uncomfortable. Personally, if a 43-year-old male is talking to a 19-year-old woman, in any context, like, no offense, I'd be a little bit like, yeah. But if it's just a little bit, like, maybe. But, like, if it's like a mentor relationship and he used to be her teacher, there needs to be more evidence. I wouldn't be quick to be uncomfortable with this or to feel away. I'm a teacher, one who has kept up with former students who are also now in college and just graduated. Never ever would I say any of that. It's super creepy and inappropriate. The smiley faces and the smiley and winky faces, the I've missed you and made my life better, gross. This isn't even considering the fact that he's married. That's just an added level of grossness. Wait, just reread it. That it's your BF and you aren't married. I wouldn't even try to fix anything. Get out now. Okay, let me read this again. Maybe I'm not taking this as seriously as I should. I'm so sorry I didn't get you the link, but it was so nice to see your face, hear your voice, and share some positivity with you. I've missed you. So he sent the blue. Him blue, her white. Okay, so it's totally okay. I'm sorry I feel like I was really unprepared at the meeting and weird all night. I just kind of did the wrong things and said the wrong things. Anyways, I'm sorry. It was so amazing to talk to you. Anytime you get a chance, I'm really excited to hear how things are going to trauma dump all of my very academic struggles. It was good to hear your voice. I've really missed you too. Not at all. You did a great job at the meeting. I've just read your body language and I'm super sensitive to the fact that you were a little uncomfortable. You're human. You can always call me. I will make time for you. I love hearing the stories. Makes my life seem even better. Makes my life okay, that's weird. Makes my life okay, so I could see how someone can read that as a little weird. Makes my life seem even better. But here's the thing, okay? Because this commenter said that this it's creepy because of some of the things he's saying, which I understand. But the smiley and winky faces, okay. And so, can I rant about like online interactions and texting and emojis and whatnot? Because people really get into the trenches with like what this like someone left this emoji, what could it mean? Or someone had the acronym HEOYM, what does that mean? You know what I mean? And people really get into the trenches of like, oh well, so and so unfollowed her and like this post on Instagram, or so and so unfollowed these set of people and like these groups of TikToks. Like people try to make predictions based off of an individual's like social media browsing history. Oh, they're liking these sets of tweets, right? And I don't know, for me personally, I'm just like, well, what if they just like the tweet? What if it was never that serious? What if they like they were on contract to follow someone and then the contract ended, so they unfollowed each other? What if they're trying to clear house in their followers list? I do that sometimes. So when we get into like the smiley and winky faces and they're not even fully fleshed emojis, I don't see anything wrong with the smiley face. I don't. I don't see anything wrong with the smiley face. And I can see how a winky face can potentially be creepy, but I wouldn't read too much into it. I would read more into makes my life seem even better, though maybe he's talking about like him being a mentor and seeing his students like flourish. But even then, I can see how that could be creepy. But I don't know. I don't know. I just don't have enough evidence. OP was 18 when her boyfriend, 33 years old, started dating. Wait. Locked posts. New comments can't be posted. But hold on. Is this true? Is this a canon event? Started dating her. Now the guy is going after a 19-year-old. Not surprised he's going after another teenager. Okay, hold on. If that is true, then Miss Mams, it doesn't matter what he said to this 19-year-old girl. You need to hightail it out. You need to hightail it out. 18 years old and a 33-year-old is talking to you? Mm-mm. What? So she's aged out of his preferences. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Basically, and she doesn't even realize it. Mm-mm-mm. Why do some men, why are they like so interested in young girls? Like physically, you like that? Physically? Like I can understand, I could get behind like the naivete and like, oh, I could teach her some things. Like, not that it's okay, but or like, oh, I can like mold her and train her to the woman I want her to be. None of that is okay. But like physically, that's what you're into? Like, ew. Like, no, ma'am. Whoa, history repeats. Yep, I'm 27 now and still keep in touch with one of my teachers who had a big impact on me. I would literally throw up if he talked to me like this. Even though I'm an adult, we keep it pretty professional. Okay. So I didn't know the context of OP being 19 when she met this 33-year-old man. It does seem like he does have a preference. And now looking at his comments, they do seem a little weird. But honestly, if somebody just sent me a bunch of smiley faces and winky faces, I wouldn't read much into it. I wouldn't be like, oh, hell no, this is why I don't support age-cat relationships. James said, absolutely not. Not on my watch. Yeah, age gap relationships are weird. Okay, so here's my opinion on age gap relationships in all honesty. So my mom and my dad are like 9 or 10 years apart. And personally, I don't think that's weird. If there was a person who wanted to date me, and they were like, I'm 31, so they were 41, as long as they're not trying to school me or anything, I like that wouldn't bother me. I'm into older men anyway and older people. I'm into just older people anyway, so that wouldn't really bother me too much. However, if I'm like 18, and this has happened where I was like in my early 20s, and like someone who was like closer to 30 than they were like 21 was trying to hit on me, and I was like, okay, that's very weird. Like, why is he trying to talk to me? Like, what's going on? So I have had that happen. And I remember my family being like, you can't be with that 27-year-old man. Like, are you kidding me? And he was a nice guy. But I kind of, I was still a goody two shoes. And he was like, do you want to hang out over at my house? And I was like, no, that's okay. This is when I was at the Disney College program. There were so many dudes who wanted to talk to me. It was weird. It was weird. I think I was wearing my hair like this, and they just wanted to talk to me. There was like one dude who was like in his 30s, and he was like really pushy. It was weird, bro. But okay, so how I feel about age gap relationships, if there's a 10-year like age gap, I don't really think that's weird, especially if you're like closer to 30 or in your 30s than you are closer to like your early 20s, late teens, in my opinion. I would even argue that even though somebody's like 18, 19, 20 years old and they want to like, and they're dating like a 30-year-old, it's still technically legal, but also very fucking weird. So I wouldn't be in support of that at all. But I'm not gonna like jump to the conclusion of like, oh, this like I don't know. I just wouldn't. I'd just be like side eyeing the man who's like older and being, or the woman who's older and being like, why are you macking on a 19-year-old? But I wouldn't. It wouldn't jostle me in the way that like a 25-year-old is macking on like a 17 or 16-year-old. You know what I mean? Because they're technically legal. And then like when you're like 30 and up, or even I'd argue when you're like 27, 28 and up, and like say you want to like date a, I don't know, like a 40-year-old. Again, that's really fucking weird, but like that's your business. Like I wouldn't do it, but like like I'm 31, so if a 61-year-old was interested in me, again, that's something I would not do because like my mom is 61, so absolutely not. Like no, 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 no. I prefer women around my age. I'm 26. Okay, yeah. So like I'm 31, so that means that there's like a 5-year age gap between us, right, James? So like some people would look at that and they'd be like, "Oh, cradle robber," like they really would. And I think at some point, like it gets a lot less weird. So like if you're 26 years old and say you're dating a 21-year-old, I don't think that's as weird as like you being 25 and wanting to date like an 18-year-old. That's a little weird to me. That's a little weird. It's still legal, and I'm not gonna be like FBI, but I'm still gonna be like, yeah, why are you doing that? You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think 5-year age gaps are weird to me, depending on what phase of life a person's in, and I especially don't think like they start to get less weird socially, in my opinion, the closer you are to like adulthood, like in your 30s, like you are. But it gives kind of weird. Like me dating an 80-year-old or a 70-year-old or a 60-year-old, like that would be weird for me. Like I would not be into that. There was a lady in Real Housewives of Potomac. No, Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Um, who married her mom's husband. Her mom passed away, and so she married her mom's husband um to keep the church. Her this woman, I forgot her name, but and like obviously like she's like in her 30s probably, but like I wouldn't do that shit. Like that's weird. And like she did that to Protect. Yeah, this lady. This lady. I forgot her name. Mary. Yes. Okay. So real quick. Real Housewives of Salt Lake City lore. Okay. Mary, had a mom, and her mom like owned a church with Robert Senior. And in the will of the church, if she had passed away, if her mom had passed away, she would marry Robert Senior. So basically, she married her mom's husband. And to me, that's really fucking weird. I don't care how old she is. Like she's probably in her 30s, right? 40s. And he's probably like well in his like 60s or 70s. That's just weird based off of context. So, yeah, that does happen and I'm not into that. Like Karuchi Tran is also dating Deion Sanders and she's like in her 30s. I wouldn't do that. But like, hey girl, it's up to you. It doesn't get to be like a creepy like PDF file, like creeping on a young woman type of situation at that point, but it's just still very weird. So, teacher here, this is definitely grooming. Report to the principal, please, or send to me and I will. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Okay, yeah. I can see that. I can see that. I'm just a 30 something who worked in a coffee shop with a lot of teenagers, and I am so mindful of how I interact with them. It was casual at work, but aside from a couple of work get togethers, we didn't interact outside of the shop. Yeah, I don't know. Teenagers scare me, so I just be like, go away. I don't know. That like I feel like they would just say 6, 7 all the time, and I'd just be like, okay, what do I do with that? I don't know. I'm very like particular about like teens and kids and people who are under the age of 18. Um, that's why if I find out that you're 18 in my chat, I will block you. Or if I find out that you're under the age of 18 in my chat, I will block you. Yeah, I don't play that. I just don't want to be held liable. Texts are all friendly, but I don't get too involved in their personal lives. I wouldn't either. Unless like we're related, like no, why I don't need to know about all that. But then I'm not trying to hook up with any of them, so that helps. Yeah, these texts are absolutely unacceptable. The language, the flirtation, the sexual undertone, and the animation. What animation? There's animations? Did we see animations? Okay. Either way, yeah, this is kind of weird. I agree. Um, and knowing that OP was 19 when she met her boyfriend, high school teacher, who's 33 years old, and he's a high school teacher, he's not a college professor. Because I thought it was a college professor, which is still weird, but being a high school teacher is fucking worse, okay? Um, no, she's not overreacting. Now that I have context, she's not overreacting, but I don't know. I feel like smiley faces and winky faces wouldn't make me weird. I think him saying you were a little uncomfortable. See, this is why I need context because in my mind, I thought he was a college professor and she was doing a public speaking event. And he was like, yeah, I just read that your body language was sensitive to the fact that you were a little uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it sounded like you were uncomfortable when you presented that paper. But no, now that I have context, I don't think she's overreacting. I no, I think she should leave. This is very gross. I don't I understand why men are attracted to like younger women who are like below the age of 21, but it's just so pathetic and weak to me. Like you cannot go for a woman your own age. You have to like run to a woman who is like almost 10, 15 plus 20 plus years younger than you to feel like you have some control that also used to go to your high school. Ooh, at my high school, there was a professor who met his wife while she was or no, there was a teacher, excuse me, who met his wife while she was in high school. They got married, had a kid and everything. Yeah, that's weird. Am I overreacting for telling my mom her life was isn't my responsibility after she guilt tripped me about not having kids? Already I can tell you no. I'm 32 male. I have been married for 5 years and my wife and I decided not to have kids. All right. My mom has never really accepted this. Every time we visit or talk, she brings it up, saying things like, "Having kids is for your own good. You'll regret it." Shut up. Or you'll never understand until you have your own family. No, you can't understand. I've tried explaining calmly that we're happy with her choice and that it's not a reflection on her, but she keeps pushing. Last week during family dinner, she started crying, said, "I've lived my life and it feels wasted if I don't get to see grandchildren from you." I snapped. I told her, "Your life is yours. It shouldn't depend on me to continue it. I'm not going to have kids just to make you feel fulfilled. Ever since my family hasn't really spoke to me, my mom is hurt. My siblings are okay. My siblings are avoiding me, and I'm starting to wonder, did I go too far? No, absolutely not. First of all, in 2025, nobody should be having fucking kids. Not only is like having the actual kid and raising it completely difficult with like how expensive things are and how there is a significant lack of third spaces for children, but also if you are a woman, like the physical act of having kids is dangerous, and it's projected to be even more dangerous now that abortions are like banned everywhere or left up to the state, right? Like, so no, like you're not in the wrong for saying you don't want kids. You have siblings also, sir. So I don't know why your mom is stripping, because she can roll the dice on one of those siblings is probably going to have a kid. So I don't know why she's freaking out and falling out because her 32-year-old male son does not want to have children. Rightfully so, because this world is so effed up. Like, how dare you? Like, that is a very selfish way of looking at the world that I can only see someone who's either like late Gen X or boomer having the mentality of. Because now you also have to ask yourself, okay, you want me to have kids so badly, are you going to raise these children with me? Are you going to help me raise these kids? Are you going to help me raise these kids? And 9 times out of 10 it's going to be no, because they're either working themselves, because everybody got to work now, everybody got to come out of retirement and work, or they'll be like, yeah, I'll help raise a kid, and then they're nowhere to be found when the kid is like here and on the present, in the present, in the world and shit. Like, no, like, how dare you? So selfish. Like, I don't know. Oh no, message retracted. James, what did you say? But I just don't like people who are very pushy. I think it's incredibly inappropriate too, but I don't like people who are super pushy about wanting their children, their adult children, to have kids. I remember having this conversation with my mom, and it wasn't as pushy. She was like, "It's your life," but like she basically was like, "It's your life, but like don't do something that you might regret." And I was very much so like, you like, I'm not going to bring a kid into this world if you're not gonna help. And even if you were, I still just don't want to do that. Like, you know what I mean? Because you're over here saying, "Oh, you might change your mind," but I'm over here saying, "Oh, but I might need help. Do you think you would be able to help me?" "Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. You'd have to work like 5 jobs." Okay, well then I'm not gonna inconvenience myself. You know, like, things are really difficult now. It's very expensive to have children. It's not like the 90s where things were like cheaper. It's not, I don't want kids because it's too much work and I won't get to enjoy my life. Period, James. I don't want kids because of a lot of reasons. Similar to what James said, it's too much work and I won't get to enjoy my life. But like, more seriously, like, the act of having kids, I've heard, is incredibly traumatizing for most women. And if you, like, say you have pregnancy complications, and it might very much so come down to, okay, we might have to terminate this pregnancy late stage because the baby's not going to make it. The state I live in does not cover those procedures. They don't cover late term abortions. So like, the act of having kids could literally kill me if I don't, even if I wanted to be a mother. And then actually being a mother and you not being like a multimillionaire billionaire, even if you are a multimillionaire billionaire, you are still at the risk of like your life being sidetracked and thwarted, as especially as a woman, because of the social expectations. But even if I'm not rich, like, my life would be severely thwarted, severely sidetracked. There is a social expectation that women are just supposed to sacrifice. And unfortunately, a social expectation, or not even a social expectation, but not much criticism towards men who can like up and leave a whole family and go start another one since the dawn of time. I think that's like so fucking weird. That's psychopathic behavior. And then you wonder why so many kids walk around with like daddy issues. Like, no. And it's sad because it really is one of those things because you're dealing with people. I also don't want to be a single parent. There you go, James. Yeah, period, James. But also, it's so unfortunate because, you know, marriages aren't lasting anymore. Like, divorce rates are like 50% and up. So you could literally do everything right as a parent and as a wife or a husband, and the marriage still fall apart, and boom, you're still a single parent. So no, absolutely not. And then if you're a single parent and then you want to get into a relationship with someone or date, that can get weird because you can't have any and everybody all up in your kid's life. You don't know these people. And then on top of that, see, and this is what really pisses me off about Opie's mom. She has a very selfish mindset about you bringing kids to carry on my legacy, to carry on my heritage, to carry on my family, my fulfillment, me. And people forget that when you have kids, it's not about you. It's about how your kid grows up and evolves. Look, they're a human. They have their own thoughts and emotions and mindset, and it's very selfish to just want to bring a kid into this world to continue on your legacy. They can very much so come into this world and then end up being a serial killer, and so now your legacy is attached to a serial killer. Very selfish mindset, in my opinion. Like, and honestly, I don't think a lot of people are just ready to be parents, and they don't know what it takes. They don't know what the sacrifice is. You know what? One of these subreddits I'm gonna read out on Reddit Story Sunday is like regretting being a parent. I really want to read that because I think people look at the romanticized version of what parenthood is and like what how they've seen and like their rose-colored glasses of what their relationship with their parents were if they came from a healthy family, but they don't really know what it is and they don't what it's actually like until they do it, and they don't know how much sacrifice is needed in order to do so. And I just think the mom is very selfish for pushing that onto their kids, and I'm glad that he snapped on his mom. And honestly, like this is very selfish coming from her mom because she has siblings. He has siblings. So his other sisters and brothers, they could potentially have kids, and probably one of them will. One of them will fall for the propaganda. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, like, I don't see what the problem is. Not the asshole. Blows my mind how people think their children owe them grandchildren. I don't owe you anything, especially if you're not going to take care of them. I don't owe you anything. Let them be mad. They pushed you for long enough. I'm very happy that neither of you, my two children, have nor intend to have kids. They are living their lives the way they want and are happy with their choices. Why wouldn't I be happy about that? I don't know if my kids will have kids, but I really couldn't care either way. I just want them to have a happy, enjoyable lives. Yeah, this world isn't built to like support kids. Like what I was talking about earlier, they're about to get rid of SNAP benefits, and there's a whole bunch of children out here who are about to go hungry. Yet they're still encouraging us to create babies, create children. But they can't even feed the children that are on this planet in this country that are alive. Everybody likes the idea and respects a woman for like having the baby, being pregnant with the baby, keeping the baby. But then when the woman has the baby and the baby expels from her and the baby evolves into a young child and then eventually evolves into a young teenager and then an adult and all that, nobody gives a shit. And everyone gives flack to the mother or blames the parents. I don't need to have kids. This drives me insane. I have two sons, and I've made it very clear that while I would love to have grandchildren if they want kids, it is not something I expect from them. One of my sons has considered becoming a priest, which is funny considering he definitely wasn't raised by religious parents. My concern there is that it will prevent him from having a spouse or children if he so chooses. He could be a pastor. Ultimately, it's their decision to make, just like every other adult choice in life. Bruh, to be honest, you are not the asshole here. Sucks to hear about fam drama, but everyone lives their own life. It's just so selfish. I would never tell my son, "Oh my God, my legacy's gonna end because you don't want to fuck," like, and you don't want to have children. Like, no, no, no. Live your life. I get it. It's not your job to fulfill your mom's expectation or make her life complete. She might be butthurt at the end of the day. You got to do you. Having kids ain't a one size fits all happiness ticket. Fierce respect for standing your ground. Yeah. And hold on, OP has siblings. That's what I would say. Why is it OP's responsibility to have kids? Mom can go visit her other kids and beg for kids from them. I think she should look into volunteering programs. There's always a need. Or babysitting? Babysitting is dope. Yeah, I get that logically. It's not my responsibility at all. I've tried explaining that, but my mom keeps insisting it's for me to do and ignores the fact that she has other kids. It's frustrating because it makes me feel like my own choices don't matter. Because of her, to her, they don't matter. Just pull back and live your lives. When the flying monkeys come, and they will, be honest about your why. Her entire life feels pointless if someone else doesn't have kids. She needs to talk to someone about that because that's not really a healthy way to think. I also think because, like, probably in her generation, if you were barren or if you decided not to have kids, there was legitimately something wrong with you. Like, it was weirdo behavior for you to do in like the 60s and 70s, 80s and all that. But now it makes more sense why people are like, I don't want to have kids. I want to enjoy my life. I don't want all my money to go to a child that still might end up fucked up either way. Like, I get it. Your mom sounds like a lot of work. You told her time and time again, and she still pushed, crying for heaven's sakes. Yeah, that's manipulative. Maybe she will finally get it. I'm sure your wife is very happy for you. For you have been dealing with this. I bet she is really sick of hearing from your mom. Yeah, yeah. And for me personally, I'm never gonna be like so anti-natalist to the point where I won't support anybody around me who I won't support anyone around me who wants to have kids. I have like two friends, one who has a baby and a friend couple who is thinking about having a baby. And I'm supportive. Like, yay, have those babies. But for me, just no. Like, no. Like, it just doesn't make sense. My mother really wanted grandkids too. I just turned 39, no kids. Asked her years ago if I should let any and all men cream pie me so she'd get her wish. And for some reason, she never. Oh my god, that's the way you do it though. Just get as vulgar as possible. Do you want someone to nut inside of me? Is that what you want? See, and that's another thing. I don't know. I've seen three. I don't know. I've just seen too much to want to have kids. Speaking as an unwanted child who felt like they ruined their mom's life by existing, yeah, that's another thing too. Like kids can read when you are a nuisance to them. They very much so can read that. So we need to have more conversations about motherhood and whether we should be mothers. Thanks for not making more unwanted babies. We always know. I'm so sorry that you feel this way. You did not ruin your mom's life by existing. Adults make her handle choices in situations. You are a gift. It's not about you, and it's not about anything you did. You are precious. I'm sorry she made you feel otherwise. That's so unbelievably cruel. Yeah, like people don't understand that children. Okay, that's dark. Trigger warning, guys. Am I overreacting for leaving my husband after one incident? No. Like, I don't even have to read to understand what's going on. No. Am I? But yeah, anyway, I don't know. I've known too much and see too much to want to have kids, and it seems like every single generation that I've seen have kids, it gets harder and harder, so I don't want to be a part of that. I overreacting, freaking out on my mom for giving my 4-month old baby the cream filling from an inside Oreo cookie. I don't want to read that. Am I overreacting for stepping away from the dinner table with my in-laws and telling my partner I will not have dinner with them anymore? Well, girl, what happened? Oh, this is a long one. All right, hold on one second. This was 9 hours ago. Okay. I need some water, so I'll be real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, let's read this. All right. Am I overreacting for stepping away from the dinner table with my in-laws and telling my partner I will not have dinner with them anymore? Ever since I met my boyfriend, I have disliked his father, but this has grown into near hatred through the years. He is sexist, selfish, disrespectful, and one of the nastiest people I have ever met. The funny thing is, I absolutely love my mother in law, and I don't know why she accepts this treatment. He will constantly tell her to shut up or stop speaking or that she doesn't know what she's talking about to belittle her. Ew. He talks down to my boyfriend, talked about our apartment, and is overall just such a disgusting person. But the absolute best example of his entire personality comes out when we go to eat at a restaurant. Everything, and I mean everything, is a complaint and a huge problem. I remember one time we were sat at a table that had a very small wobble, and he stood up and started shouting from across the entire restaurant for a waiter or manager to have us sat properly. As you can guess, I was absolutely mortified. I could write a book, but I think you can get the gist. Fast forward to now, me and my boyfriend moved to another state for my graduate program, and finally I was no longer the subject of these dinners all the time. Well, my father-in-law and mother-in-law visited this past week, and not much has changed. The first family dinner we had, he immediately started shouting at the waiter about, how could you not have a blender? I pay good money. Oh my god, boomer core. Boomer core or Gen X core? I'm gonna throw Gen X in there. Some of y'all Gen X are entitled as fuck. I pay good money to come here, and if I want a pina colada, I should be able to get one. Go and tell your manager that. I sucked down my martini, hoping it could get me through the shame and embarrassment. The night continued with those comments, and anytime the waiter came over to me, I apologized profusely. He actually gave me a free drink because he felt bad for me. The entire family just watches him behave like this and says nothing. This isn't even to mention the gross, inappropriate comments about how, in the good old days, you'd have two wives cooking meals like this for you. He seems like a cartoon villain. Like, holy shit. Then comes the meal I walked out of. The next night, He complains dinner the previous night was too heavy and we needed to go somewhere lighter. I took the time to go to Yelp and Google and found some bistro that serves sandwiches and salads. Perfect, you think, right? Nope. We get there and he once again goes on the pina colada rant at a freaking bistro that barely serves beer and wine. You people don't know how to make anything here, huh? Finally, the server comes to take our entree order and he says he wants a classic grilled cheese. Well, it's a bistro, so they have a marbled rye and make it with artesian cheese blend. Ooh, bougie. The server checked to make sure this was okay, and you would have thought she spit on him. No, no, what the hell are you talking about? That's not a grilled cheese. Didn't you hear me the first time? What are you talking about? Server. Sir, this is our recipe. Father-in-law. The rest of the country makes it with American cheese. Is this your first day in this country? Do you even know what a grilled cheese is? Finally, my boyfriend has had enough and goes, Dad, stop it right now. You don't talk to her like that. I finally made a comment of, let him just spit in his food, and at this point, they probably will spit in all of ours, and had to walk out and get some air. Girl, when I finally returned, the first thing out of father in law's mouth was, Did you see that hot, good looking girl come out of the bathroom? Meanwhile, there was a high school homecoming party there with all the girls dressed up, so I could only assume it was one of them. Near PDO comments is where I drew the line. I turned to my boyfriend outright and went, Yeah, babe, did you see the hot high school girls coming out of the bathroom? My BF grabbed me by the arm and said, Let's talk outside. I flatly told him after a brunch reservation we already had, I refused to go out with him anymore. BF says he knows father-in-law is out of control, but says it feels like I was attacking him over this, and he never gets to see his parents, so to essentially please suck it up. I said absolutely not, and I feel like I'm in the twilight zone with so many members of his family accepting this behavior. Now I feel crazy. Am I overreacting? Edit. Because my boyfriend, 25 male, is getting a lot of slack, maybe rightfully so. He was in boarding school for most of his life. Okay. There it is. Put a pin in that. Then went straight to college and has openly went to therapy and spoken to me about how his father was very abusive. He had conversations before but nothing setting a hard no nothing setting a hard boundary because, as one commenter mentioned, he feels bad for his mom and doesn't want his dad to take anything out on her. After I left dinner, BF said to father-in-law that if he acted like that, he would not be letting our future children around him, and my BF believes father-in-law will stop behavior next dinner, and the cycle continues. We have been together for nearly 3 years, and he is emotionally supporting me through grad school and is truly nothing like his father, at least for now, but I've always been hyper vigilant. It could change. Okay, so he said boarding school. So the reason why dad is acting like king of the world, absolved from no consequences. I said that wrong. Free from any consequences. Let's say that. Is probably because I have a prediction that dad is wealthy. Dad is very wealthy. If he can afford to put his kid in boarding school, he got some coin. And the reason why mom and son have dealt with a lot of his bullshit is because he's probably the breadwinner and the provider. And the reason why he's acting like a literal asshole in all of these restaurants and like commenting inappropriate things towards high school girls, it's probably because he has the means and resources to probably get away with this behavior. With that in mind, I feel like boyfriend is still on his payroll a little bit, and that's why he's a little apprehensive to go no contact with his dad. But I would go no contact with my dad. If I wasn't on his payroll or if I didn't need his support, like I'm trying to think, is there like a trust fund that he's waiting for? Is there something in the will that says that he will get like fall into some wealth or something? Because one thing's for certain and two things for sure, I'm not about to put up with like an older man that's not even related to me, not my father, not my uncle, embarrassing me. Like, you want to hang out with your father and he like act a fool, you hang out with him on your time. I'm not joining you. Like, you let him embarrass you, but he's not going to embarrass me. Like that, like one thing's for certain and two things for sure. Like, I'm just not going to do that. No. Like, I don't know this man. I don't care how much money he has. I don't care if you want me to like respect him, if it's like a part of family tradition. I do not care. I am not related to your family. That is not going to be me. That's not going to happen with me. Absolutely not. No, no, no. Um, yeah, the boarding school bit told me everything I needed to know. It seems like mom and dad haven't set up. Mom has been able to endure dad's abuse probably because he's the breadwinner and probably put her in a financially abusive relationship where she cannot escape. And son isn't able to do anything either because, maybe there's like a will or a trust in the works or something that he owns, or he doesn't want to be excommunicated from whatever like family assets there are. Like, that's what I think is going on, because I'm pretty sure if his dad didn't have money like that, he would be bucking up real hard. Dad has money and he thinks just because he has money he can talk to anybody any kind of way, be rude as fuck, literally be like Logan Roy from Succession core. Like, that's what it's giving. So your boyfriend grabs you by the arm and takes you outside to discipline you for correcting a PDO. So don't protect the child his dad was sexualizing, but correct you for saying something. I also think that I'm sorry, I'm hopping all over the place, but I think OP needs to like leave him. Like, I'm glad that he's supporting you through grad school, but here's the thing. It seems like boyfriend doesn't have any backbone. If he doesn't have backbone and y'all get married and bring kids into this world, you are going to have to deal with his father. Like, you will. Again. And it won't be pretty. And he doesn't have enough backbone to be like, this is my wife, you can't talk to her that way. So, I don't know, dude. I think you might want to reconsider whether or not you want to marry into a family like that. So don't protect the child and his dad sexualizing, but correct you for saying something. I would absolutely blame my boyfriend if we allowed anyone to treat people like this. I don't care what your boyfriend tells you when his dad isn't around. Look how he acts when his dad is around. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if you're going to marry this man and he isn't even like, he doesn't even have the leadership qualities enough to be like, Dad, that's my wife, that's enough. Like, stop. I don't know if I don't know if that's someone you want in your life. That he allows his dad around people he cares about. He clearly shows you that he doesn't have an issue with his dad's behavior. It might not be that he doesn't have an issue. It might be like he feels like he can't speak up, or like there's conditions and where he feels like it's best for him not to speak up, like family assets, a trust fund, or what is it, something in the will. You are looking at your mother-in-law as what your future holds if you stay with this guy. And that's another thing, like generational traumas, right, and generational curses. He very much so, if things don't go his way, he can very much so give his father as he like evolves and as he ages and gets older. So if already his father is acting this way, and y'all have only been together, like you've only been together for 3 years, so you haven't really seen this man through the worst of times, low key. I don't know if it would be a good idea to actually marry this man. I think you might have to course correct, or keep it as like boyfriend and girlfriend for a little longer, or just leave him. Definitely not overreacting. What on earth is wrong with this man? I would have walked out a long time ago. If your BF lets him act like this around his mother and you, I wouldn't be sticking around. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, sons are very close to their mothers, and they're very much so like, you don't talk to my mother that way, right? So like, it's giving that he's trying to come into some money. Your boyfriend is a pussy. My mother-in-law is an obnoxious boomer at restaurants. Yeah, I can't deal with boomer parents. Not even to this extent, or even close. And we all call her out. He's scared of his dad because his dad is a bully. These people deserve to be alone to think about their actions. I don't know what it is about boomers being so rude. It must be the rich ones. Because, like, okay, so my mom is a Gen X, and she's actually more insufferable in restaurants than my dad. My dad's a boomer. But he's just, like, kind of like a complacent boomer. He's just like, I'm tired. I don't know. That's weird to me. It seems like OP's BF misses seeing his mom and has to deal with the whole sperm donor to see her. In the future, you are sick, have an exam, study group. Yeah, this would be me. You are sick, you have an exam, study group, recovering from something, anything, but just don't go to dinner. Yeah, I'd just tell him point blank, like, I'm not going to that dinner with your dad. Like, your dad is rude. I'm not going to that dinner. You handle it with him. One important question. When is the wedding, and does father-in-law get to make a speech? Ban his ass from the wedding. Yeah, but the fact that he told her seems like you are always attacking him or whatever. That's the type of enabling the dad thrives on. Yeah, that's not good. Honestly, OP should not marry this man. I don't think she should. I think that it goes deeper, and if he can't even step up to creating boundaries with his dad and his new girlfriend and his girlfriend, then he's probably not going to step up to like defend his kids. If y'all have kids together, he probably won't step up when things get like, more intense. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Why is it okay for father-in-law to literally bully and attack everyone, but not okay for OP to hit back? I would tell the BF, go home to see your mom or FaceTime her when dad is at work. I won't be associating with him any further. He is a pompous bully and raging abusive asshole. I agree. Agreed. Damn, the father-in-law sounds like my abusive ex-husband, and his father too. It's awful. I just hope OP, your BF, doesn't start acting like it's that. See, that's another thing. That's what I would be worried about. Because my ex-husband didn't either. Not at first. And once we were married, boom. It was abuse after abuse and belittling anything else he could dish out. See, girls, this is why I don't want to get married. This is why I'm very much so, like, okay with being the girlfriend. Like, I'm absolutely okay with it. He's 46 and has gotten therapy, thank God. And now is a different, and surprisingly, we have made amends. Also because we have a disabled child and we have to co-parent. But my life, and worse, our children's lives were pure hell, and I struggle with this for mostly daily. I pray everything works out for you and that you don't have to deal with this yourself. Okay. No boomer I know behaves like this. It's his personality, not his age. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. um, am I overreacting for moving out after my mother turned my lab coat into dishcloths? Okay, I don't. I don't know how to feel about that. His side piece is playing the victim. Am I? Let me read this. If there's a side piece, leave, my love. Beloved, leave. Okay, so his side piece is playing victim. Let's read the story so we have context first. Because last text message we read, I had no context. I was confused. All right, I, 21 female, was romantically involved with my now ex-boyfriend, Nate, 22 male, since March of this year. We only agreed to become exclusive in July, and he asked me to officially be his girlfriend in early October after taking me out to dinner and doing all this cute romantic stuff. Nate made us exclusive at the start of July, but kept sleeping and romantically engaging with Katie behind my back. Then a few days before he asked me to be his girlfriend, he ended things with Katie. And from Katie's POV, it was out of nowhere and a punch to the gut. Okay, hold on. I'm confused, okay? So, 21 female was romantically involved with her now ex-boyfriend, Nate. We only agreed to become exclusive in July, which means that you guys were dating other people up until July. And he asked me to officially be his girlfriend in only October. So officially, so you guys were dating exclusively in July, so that basically boyfriend and girlfriend, and then officially asked you to be his girlfriend in October. Okay. Nate made us exclusive at the start of July, but kept sleeping and romantically engaging with Katie behind my back. Okay, we gotta leave him. He's a cheater. Then a few days before he asked me to be his girlfriend, he ended things with Katie. So y'all were not exclusive in July. You were exclusive to him, but he was out here philandering with Katie. I don't need to read the rest of the story. You need to leave. What? And from Katie's POV, it was out of nowhere and was a punch to the gut. So she didn't even know that he was dating other girls. Man, that's messy. Then she found out through our coworker, and that's when she confessed to the colleague who went straight to me and told me. So he was engaging with Katie. Then a few days before his girlfriend, and then he ended things with Katie. And from Katie's POV, it was out of nowhere and a punch to the gut. Girl, I would have dumped Nate earlier. He doesn't know how to communicate. If you're saying you want to be exclusive in July, okay, honestly, real talk, big sis advice. Okay, anytime a guy says they want to be exclusive with you, like y'all are boyfriend and girlfriend, but you guys are dating exclusively, what he's really saying, that's code, that's fuckboy code for you don't date anybody. But I still might keep my little antennas out just in case I might find something better. That's what that means. Because if you're dating exclusively, okay, y'all are boyfriend and girlfriend. Again, it goes back to the situation conversation. Either you want to be in a romantic monogamous relationship with one person that you would call your boyfriend or girlfriend, right? Or you want to be in a polyamorous relationship. Like, just pick one. Like, stop the situationship nonsense. It gets confusing. It gets complicated. Like, say it with your chest. Double down. Like, stop with the mixed signals, okay? Yeah. Dating exclusively is code for women stay by my side, but me, I'm gonna go out and like put my antennas out there and see what other girl is interested. And then cutting it off in October so that you can just exclusively be with her, messy. I would have just said, listen, I'm talking to other girls. I hope you're okay with that. Do what you want with that information. But if you said that, she would have probably left, right? Anyway, okay, so he was romantically engaging with Katie behind her back. Then a few days before he asked me to be his girlfriend, he ended things with Katie. And from Katie's POV, it was out of nowhere and a punch to the gut. Then she found out through our coworker, and that's when she confessed to the colleague who went straight to me and told me. Oh, so y'all are working together? That makes things messier. I found out through one of my colleagues that one of my closest coworkers, Katie, 22 female, has actually been sleeping with Nate since January. Girl, let Nate go and let Katie go. But for some context, we all used to work together at the same store, all uni students working at this big chain company like Bunnings if you're Australia or Home Depot if you're American. Bunnings? Bunnings. Bunnings. Sorry. Squirrel brain. I'm sorry. I just gotta know. Bunnings. I like the colors. If I go to Australia, guys, I want to go to Bunny. Go here. Anyway. Nate ended up transferring stores to be closer to home in September. So since then, Nate does not work at the same store as Katie and myself. I was always, and I mean always, told by Katie and Nate that they were only ever just friends. Girl, let him go, let him go, let him go. It was never anything other than friends. I would gush about Nate to Katie at least once a week. Katie, girl, what is we doing? Once a week since March, and to find out that they've been sleeping together this entire time has left me unable to eat or sleep for days. Katie, that's fucked up. It's one thing if you were sleeping with this dude and dating this dude and didn't know that he had another girl in tow. It's a completely different story to play dumb in front of this girl. You are in the wrong, Katie. Nate and Katie are already in the wrong. We've even gone out drinking a few times all together with another friend of ours, and I even went home with Nate every time. Katie, girl, didn't say anything. Nothing at all. I just don't fucking get it. I can't tell if I'm overreacting with this or she's right in trying to make me out as a side piece instead of herself. You're not the side piece. First of all, okay, let me read the text and then I'll just say what I got to. Hey babes, I just want to reiterate that although it's not a secret that Nate and I are intimate, I definitely don't want personal info being spread about work. You're kind of the only person who knows, so please, if you could keep it between us, that would mean the world to me. I'm just going through a lot right now and can't handle the gossip or drama. I hope you can understand. Yeah, no problem. I understand. I won't say anything to anyone. Thank you, girl. You have no. I'd be like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you so much, girl. You have no idea how much this means to me. I found out that Nate was cheating on me with you. I've broken up with him, so... Wait. Is this the side piece? This is the side piece, right? Oh, God. I always get so confused. Is she... This is her message, I think. I think she's messaging. Okay. I found out that Nate was cheating on me with you. I've broken up with him, so now he's all yours. I've told, so she'll try and work our rosters so that we don't have to work together. I'm only at until the start of December. As far as I hate you for lying to my face and being selfish, I don't want to cause scenes at work for my own mental health. I know we both rely on the job to pay rent, so I've made sure I won't work with you and you won't work with me. Okay, so these are her messages. And so she said, I won't say anything to anyone. Yeah, I'm glad that she's like creating space between them. I found out that he was cheating on me with you. Okay. I completely understand how you feel, and I can't say I was completely innocent in the situation. Girl, you were not, Katie. Even every time you told me something had happened between you and him, I spoke to him about it, and he would completely disregard it. And I had been talking since he started at the store. And I'm not an open person when it comes to my relationship, so I chose to keep it private. He had promised me since March that I was his main priority, and I chose to trust him. This has been incredibly hard for me as well, and the main reason I didn't say anything sooner was because I couldn't handle the mental stress of it all. The fact that he kept telling me nothing was wrong and continued to make me feel as though we were together was also really confusing for me. What is confusing, ma'am? Obviously, y'all are not together if she's telling you that she's dating Nate. You should have been like, Nate, we fucking... So, like, a real girl's girl would be like, listen, Nate, I'm about to pull her aside as a woman, and I'm gonna tell her what it is, because you doing her dirty right now. You doing her ragged. A real girl's girl wouldn't even sleep with him. But, like, to amend yourself as, like, you know, a friend at least, or like a decent, like, human being would be like, Nate, I'm about to tell her, because this is fucked up. Like, what do you mean I couldn't handle the mental stress of it all? He promised me since March that I was his main priority. Girl, what? And I chose to trust him. Girl, and I'm pretty sure he ain't even all that. We were spending multiple nights a week together for 6 months. He promised me I was the only girl the whole time. I would not date if I was single. I would just be alone. I was the only girl the whole time, and I had no reason to think otherwise. I understand that you feel he was cheating on you with me, but I personally see the situation. No, no, no. Over a dude. Over a dude. I personally see the situation differently. He made me feel like I was the only girl he wanted to be with, and I truly did have strong feelings for him for a long time. I'm really sorry that everything has made you uncomfortable. I never intended to hurt you. It's never been anything personal. I actually really like you as a person and think you're an amazing girl. I was planning on speaking to Blank tomorrow, again, getting my shifts moved so we don't have to overlap. And if that's not possible, I was also considering transferring to Blank. I just want you to know I never meant for any of this to hurt you. Girl, but you did hurt her. Okay. Let me continue. Blank. Hey, babes. I want to reiterate that. Okay. What about all those times you asked how and I were, and I told you we were great. I even told you after the messages in person that Blank and I were exclusive. You never said anything to me. I understand Blank is a good lover and knows. I'm assume that's lover and knows how to make someone feel really special. So I'm sorry he put you a good liar and knows how to make someone feel really special. So I'm sorry he put you through that. But all those times I confided in you about what Blank put me through with Blank, you were always so supportive. You were the first person at work I told when we got back together. You even asked me a few weekends ago if Blank was coming to my birthday, and I told you, of course, he's my man. And you would always tell me how you thought we were cute together. I really just don't understand how this happened. I'm sorry he put you through this, but you had every and any opportunity to tell me what was going on. Clock it. Clock it. And then finding out through Blank at work, if anyone has any idea what that feels like, it's you. I would have never expected this from you. I get it, Blank. I really do, but he told me to never tell you and that it wouldn't do any good coming from me. He asked me, I hope this man was attractive. I hope the dick was worth it. I really do. He asked for me so long to let him tell you himself, and at one point he said to me that you knew he was seeing someone else. The only reason Blank told you instead of me was because she told me he had taken you to dinner and I had a panic attack and had to explain myself. I kind of don't want to read all these text messages. Katie's putting a sour taste in my mouth. The only reason because she was okay and had to explain myself. I said to her, it's gotten too far, and I was going to speak to you after your birthday party because I didn't want to ruin your whole week. I genuinely begged her to let it come from me and not someone else because it had gotten too far. I should have said something earlier because it was a horrible thing for me to keep quiet. I was fully under the intention that he had spoken to you and told you that he didn't want a relationship in that way. That's what he told me, at least. He could be very particular about how I went about things at the time, and I thought I was respecting his boundaries and doing right by our relationship. I see how horrible this would be for you as well, but I promise I never meant to hurt you, and this has absolutely been agonizing for me as well. You say you understand, but to find out your boyfriend was the guy you've been exclusive for the last 6 months has... Okay, let me just... You say that you understand, but to find out that your boyfriend and the guy you've been exclusively for the last 6 months has been sleeping with one of your close coworkers is unimaginable, especially you of all people. I genuinely viewed you as a friend at work. You've made me out like a fool and willingly let a man play both of us. Clock it, OP. There really isn't any excuse for not telling me. You knew Blank and I were together and decided to ignore it because you liked the way he made you feel. I'm sorry he put you through this, but I would have never done this to you. And I seriously don't understand why you stood there and lied to my face for months. I'm so sorry, Blank, but I did not know you were officially together. He made that sound like a complete opposite to me. It doesn't matter, Katie. I get that you're upset with me, but I heard a lot of different opinions from everyone at the store for a long time. And when I did ask if you were together, I said no every single time. And that I was his first priority always. If anything, I thought as though him and I were together. That's always how he made it seem. made it sound to me. He told me over and over again that he only saw you as a friend and that he never wanted a relationship. He just couldn't understand why you didn't. That's all the information I had been given. He had basically been telling me since January that he wanted to start something with me. You never knew the proper extent to what you and him had. To this day, he's still telling me that him, you and him never dated, and I still am his first priority. Like, he didn't want to break on that at all. So when I'm being fed multiple different opinions, I don't know what to think. Accountability, man. Apart from this situation, he treated me amazingly and thought he wanted to be with me and only me. I know I've hurt you, but honestly, I didn't know the full extent of what the two of you had until I was told by other people at work. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Blake, but you're not the only one hurting, and I feel as though it's very fucked of him to start this situation and then just leave all together for us to fight it out. Katie, girl, you are in the wrong. Okay, so I read everything. Katie's in the wrong. And no, Miss Ma'am, you are not OP is not overreacting. Okay, here's my opinion about side chicks. And it might be an unpopular opinion, but I gotta say it, okay? Um, Unless you genuinely did not know, like you really, really, really did not know that this dude was into like talking to other girls or had a whole girlfriend, and then someone had to pull you aside as a woman and be like, hey, we're dating, all right? And then after that, you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna leave him alone. That's one thing. But if you knew that this man had another girl and you knew the other girl and then you played dumb in her face while sleeping with her man, thinking that you were going to get picked, like, how did you expect that to go? That is a different type of evil. Like, the way karma is going to run through you and back, like, oh my God, run you over, grab you by your hair, by the edges, both hands, rake you through the mud back and forth. Like, what type of evil do you have to be? There is no rationalizing that. There is no, well, I thought that he was going to, pick me, and the way he made it seem is that he was gonna pick me and like me and that y'all weren't that serious. It doesn't matter, ma'am. You knew this girl was dating him. She went to confide in you about a lot of things, and you sat up there and played dumb like okay, sure, I guess, and still slept with him. Oh my God, stay away from me. Like, honest to God, if somebody told me this and they were trying to be my friend, instant no friend, instant block. Like, I don't want anything to do with you. And the highest of keys, like Mariah Carey falsetto level of keys. I don't want to be with you if you were to tell me this story, because it, like, unless it's like, I was dumb, I didn't know any better, I've changed, I've evolved, I would never do that again. But even then, I would just still be like, the amount of accountability that you had to dodge in order to convince yourself that this man was going to invest his time into you, so you just play dumb in front of his girlfriend at work. Like, are you serious? And I'm pretty sure Nate isn't even that cute. Nate isn't even that attractive. Nate just like the idea that he's stringing two women along. Like, this is gross. Like, I don't know. I can't rationalize a knowing woman who chooses to be a side piece. A knowing person, not even woman. A person who knows that they are a side piece and does not care. And I would especially not want to be around somebody who is the side piece, who is smiling in the face of the other party who is getting cheated on with that person that they are the side piece of. Like, I could not be your friend. Like, that tells me so much about your character as a person. Unfortunately, like, most men don't think this way. Like, they will co-sign their guy friends, like, cheating on their girls. Luckily, my partner isn't like that. None of his friends that I know of are like that. Like, he's even told me, he's not going to hang around anybody who cheats on their partner willingly, because that tells me a lot about his character. And this is the same thing. Like, if you're willing to play dumb in front of, like, the woman that he's in a relationship with, and just play, like, the dumb side piece and, like, fuck him and think that he's going to pick you, that tells me everything I need to know about you as a person. That tells me that you are giving pick me. That tells me that you need male validation, that you're centering yourself around a man. Because at the end of the day, what made you think, like, let's just say he breaks things off with OP. What makes you think that he wouldn't drag you through the mud and cheat on you with somebody else in the same way that he did OP? Like, what makes you think you're going to be treated any differently? Like, there's just lack of common sense. There's lack of common sense. We're not all the way right up here when we're not thinking. It's like when Khloe Kardashian went with Tristan Thomas, but he had already had a girlfriend, and I think somehow she thought that if she stole him away, that he would act different because she's like different type of pussy, I guess. And it's like, no, girl, like the same way you leave him, the same way you got him is the same way you're gonna leave him. Like, if you got him after he was in a relationship with another woman, he's going to leave you for another woman. And lo and behold, that man just stayed playing in her face. It's the same situation. It's the same situation here. Yeah, you gotta be some type of evil bitch. I'm sorry. You have to be some type of evil bitch to befriend the other girl. Not even the other girl, to befriend the girlfriend at work as the other girl and pretend that y'all are buddy buddy and have this girl like confide in you about the boyfriend that you are sleeping with, and then turn it around on her and be like, oh, well, I just thought he was gonna pick me. Pick me coded, male center coded, lacks critical thinking skills, not girl behavior. Like you just showed me your loyalty as a friend. Like, you're not a good friend. If I was your friend, I would be worried about, like, and I'm usually never like this, but I genuinely be like, she gives me I could steal her boyfriend vibes. I could steal my bestie's boyfriend vibes. Like, I don't know. Block, move on. You have both got to get him out of your life now. Lesson learned. Harsh, but true, simple. Katie isn't going anywhere, LOL. She's going to keep sleeping with Nate and being his secret little side. I like that word, Bob. Little side Bob for as long as he will have her. Yeah. Katie's gonna be the down for sure girl. What are they? Hold it down chick. Hold it down chick, yeah. As I am understanding, he manipulated both of you. However, she knew you were with him. I could be wrong, but it seems like she believes everything he said about her. He isn't being truthful to either of you. It's just like common sense, bro. Like, you're over here like, oh, well, she's not really my girlfriend for sure. Like, he's not really my, like, we're just dating casually. And you actually believe that. And this girl, his girlfriend that you work with, is like, oh, we're gonna do this and we're on a date. And, like, come on, you gotta use some common sense. And Katie won't be leaving him alone. She's happy OP is removing herself, LeMayo. She thinks she's gonna win now, but he's going to keep Katie in her corner and go find more women, as they do, girl, as they do. Women he probably already has, to keep Katie chasing him and begging for his attention. Yeah, she probably does things for him, gives him money too. He's not letting Katie go, and Katie ain't leaving. Look, it's not me. I'm not there. She got it. She got it. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And it's going to be embarrassing. And that's her karma. That's Katie's karma. Again, if she was like a side piece and she didn't know, and she was like, I don't want anything to do with this, that's one thing. But if she's a side piece and she knew and she just like laughed in the friend's face and was like giddy with the friend who was dating the guy, nah. If she was with him since January, you've been with him since March. It sounds like you were the side piece. You were both play. He's the villain here, not her. No, she's kind of the villain. She's a little bit of the villain. He's like 120% of the villain, and she's like 60% the villain. Yeah. Right. What's it even matter at this point who the side piece is? Like, I would be mad at her. See, the reason why she's like 60% of the villain is because if a coworker is confiding in in you about a man that you are sleeping with as well, and you're not being real with her and being like, girl, I'm sleeping with him, so you need to leave him. I understand if you hate me, I get that, but I'm sleeping with him. And when the girlfriend calls you out and is like, hey, I don't want anything to do with you at work. I'm gonna make sure our schedules are moved around. Like, and you're over here like, well, I just thought that he was gonna pick me and choose me, and it didn't seem like y'all were in a real relationship. Like I said, that tells me everything I need to know about you as a person. That tells me how desperate you are to thug it out for somebody's son who probably doesn't know where the clitoris is, who probably doesn't even know how to wash his ass properly. That tells me all I need to know about you as a person. That you are that desperate for male validation. Embarrassing. Vying for his attention. And he better be cute. He better look like Jason Momoa if you're doing all of that. Please. Please, God. Please let him look like... Please. What's another attractive guy that I like? Peter Steele. He better look like Peter Steele. Jeez, please, 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 please make it worth your while. Please make it be like, okay, girl, I get it. I get it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right? What's even the ooh. What's it even matter at this point who the side piece is? He's a piece of shit who played them both for fools. They should be bonding together on that or going their separate ways. The arguing back and forth about who was hurt more and who was legit girlfriend is pointless. It's not even that at that point. It's just like they both are victims of this guy. Yeah, I agree, but it's just like I feel like OP has every right to be like, y'all hurt me. Like, you hurt me, bro. Like, I thought we were homies. She has every right to be like, this is where you fucked up and this is why we're not cool anymore. You know, that shows some maturity that I think Katie does not have. I do not have more sympathy for OP. I do have more sympathy for OP, though. Sounds like she was completely in the dark about the whole thing and was hit out of the blue. That fucking sucks. Her ex is complete trash. Yes, 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 he is. I get your point, but if he's telling the other girl to not tell anyone about them and is public about his relationship with OP, then the other girl is the side piece. Yeah, Katie is the side piece. Ooh. On the weekend. You that 9 to 5, I'm the weekend. Yeah, but then for her to lie to everyone, he made me his girlfriend. They were never officially together, so IDK where that leaves me. I met his whole family and everything. Yeah. Oh, this is the OP? Yeah, it is OP. Yeah, but then for her to lie to everyone, he made me his girlfriend. They were never officially together, so IDK where that leaves me. I've met his whole family and everything. IDK, the idea of their relationship may have been more significant than mine, and his makes me spiral, and IDK, I literally broke up with him. Good for you. I've been in a situation where I didn't realize I was the side chick. The guy spun a whole story about his crazy ex and how they still shared a car because of... See, this is where, okay, let me finish this story, okay? Breaking up, well, so he didn't want anyone to know about us. And I thought I was being chill and giving him time to work out the details of his post-breakup situation with her. Nope, was totally with her the whole time. This went on for like 6 months. Eventually, we figured it out and both ditched him. See, okay, so this is tea. This is tea. Ran into her a few years ago, and we had a good chat about how bad he was for both of us. My point here is that it was entirely possible he fed her some line about you being mentally unstable, and so it was best if she let him handle you. That guy's the villain here. Yeah, but here's the thing. Most Mountain 818, what she did well is that she didn't know she was, where she isn't the bad guy is that she didn't even know she was a side chick. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't know at all. And when she found out, or when the ex came and was like, hey, we're still together, she was like, all right, I don't want anything to do with this, right? And so that's what being a girl's girl is. Not, well, I'm going to fight it out, and he said that he's not going to be with her. No, just being like, fuck this. Absolutely not. Let's go get some coffee, babes. This is ghetto. Yeah, he did. I've talked to her more since making the post. He painted me as depressed, and the reason we were so close was because I was genuinely suicidal. He would sob on the phone with her, begging her not to say anything to me or I might hurt myself. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. I don't know why some men are like this. This is toxic AF. Like, stand in your shit. You can really just be like, I'm polyamorous and I want y'all both. And if they don't want that, he can go find somebody else. I'm not hating on you at all because this same thing happened to me before. But in the future, if a man ever describes a relationship with someone as terrible, I'm only talking to her because her mental health is bad. You need to run away. If someone is willing to demonize their partner to you but not leave the partner, what does that say about someone? They either have low integrity or are a people pleaser to their own detriment. Neither option is good. Yeah, and a lot of guys do this. I used to do this in like relationships I used to have, but I just learned to stop. Like I do know that if me and my partner were to ever break up, I would be like, you know what, we had some hard struggles, but also, you know, I picked him and I still love him and he treated me well. Like I would never like as and any relationship you're gonna have like some sort of struggle here and there, right? Um, but I would never demonize him to anybody. Like that's just not like you never want to do that because one, it gives people the chance to like if you're dating, it gives people the chance to mask themselves as being the anti version of you know what you were used to in the previous relationship and two it so then you don't really know who they really are as a person. You just don't know um like if they genuinely do these things because that's their personality or if they're doing these things just to please you. And then also it's like low-key manipulative a little manipulative, so you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Men must get a handbook with these lies to tell others. My long ago ex that left me for my best friend also told everyone that I was a depressed mess. See, and this is messy. Like, and he couldn't just break up with me because I do something crazy. She got pregnant on purpose, so he had no choice but to finally tell me, "I'm sorry you're in this situation. It sucks." But you see here, like this is some messy. Okay, I'm sorry. This is some messy ass bitch behavior. It is. This is like some mean girl Regina George behavior. You're over here like not holding yourself accountable and being like, yeah, I cheated on her because I wanted different pussy. And so you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, she's crazy, man. She's crazy. She was a weirdo. She's crazy. You don't want to be that person, bro. Because immediately it makes you look like, well, if she was so crazy, why didn't you leave? Oh well, I was afraid she'd do something crazy. You could have left and protected your own boundaries and then gotten her help. Absolutely. And yes, they do have an invisible script which they follow in situations like this. I was once in a situation and a friend who I hadn't seen in ages came for a visit. Turned out she too was in a situation with a guy. When we compared notes on our situations, we were both gobsmacked to discover that these two men who did not know each other at all had basically told us the same pack of lies. That they had cancer and so they were going to die soon, that they had been in the military, they hadn't, and several other whoppers that I can't recall. It's been 40 years, and the very fact of their pattern of lies is so eerily similar, left her and I with our mouths hanging open in shock. Whoa, liars and hurt people do this. Don't gotta throw all men in there. Yeah, that's true. Let's be fair. Okay. Um, He probably told her to. The the chick reads like she's obsessed with the dude. If he told her to jump off a cliff, she'd probably do it. Neither of you were special to him. That's why he did what he did. Yeah, these are so messy. But I don't want to clock. I think the real villain is Nate. The real villain is Nate. But since we're talking about the side piece, she got to get out from under him, under the talons, and she got to learn how to decenter men like him because they will ruin your whole life if you're this desperate. But we are at the 2 hour mark, so I'm gonna take a 10 to 20 minute break and then I'll come back and then I'll read some more Reddit stories. So I'll be back, guys. See you in a bit. Kate or Eleanor? This is from the Walking Dead game. Wait a minute. Because, yeah, I did visit this community. I don't remember for why, but I do remember visiting them. I like Eleanor because of the little mole on the side of her face, but I don't like how she ended up betraying us towards the end of the game. Whether it was intentional or not, I just wasn't a fan of it. Um, oh look, Michonne up there. Anyway, um, Trip, yeah, Trip is very fine. Yes. I love Trip. I love Trip. I love Trip. Definitely Jesus. No, Jesus isn't that cute. I know he's in the show, but I don't think he's cute. Eleanor, but I hate her, so Kate it is. Carly? Okay. I think Eleanor's cute, but I just don't like what she did. And Kate, her eyes are green. That's unique, I guess. So, um, ooh, we can do this one. What turned you away from religion? Let me see. Let me see. Let's see if I can find like. Well, I don't really want to talk about religion. I know there's some people who are religious. I don't want to offend them. Um, would I be the asshole if I skipped my brother's wedding because he uninvited my husband over a joke? Um, well, it has a. Uh, all right. Let me read this one. All right, so this is would I be the asshole if I skipped my brother's wedding because he uninvited my husband over a joke? My brother, Jake, 32 male, is getting married in 2 months, and I'm 29 female, supposed to be his bridesmaid. Or I was supposed to be. Background: my husband, Tim, 30 male, and Jake have never really gotten along. They're just different people. Tim's quiet and kind of nerdy, and Jake's loud and into sports. They've always been civil, but not friends. Last month, we had a family barbecue at my parents' house. Everyone was drinking. Things were relaxed. Jake and his buddies were talking about the bachelor party, and one of them joked about strippers. Tim, trying to join in the conversation for once, made a comment like, well, at least you'll finally see a woman naked, or something dumb like that. That's kind of funny. It was obviously a joke. Everyone laughed, including Jake's fiance Sarah. Tim doesn't usually joke around, so I was actually happy he was trying. But Jake got pissed, like immediately in Tim's face, saying, "What the fuck did you say to me?" And Tim was like, "Dude, it's a joke. Relax." And Jake shoved him. My dad had to get between them. Your brother's a little weird because it doesn't warrant all of that. But that is kind of funny. That's funny. Like, it's kind of funny because we know, obviously, you've seen a naked woman. Like, that's just weird. Jake stormed off and wouldn't talk to anyone for the rest of the day. Bro, you're 32 and you're acting like a 2-year-old. Relax. I texted him the next day to smooth things over, and he said Tim disrespected him in front of his. Oh. Your brother sounds obnoxious in front of his friends, and that he never liked Tim anyway, and now he has a reason. Of course he does. Then isn't like the jock and the nerd supposed to like get together, like be friends at the end of the day? Like, isn't that how all the teen dramas go? I texted him the next day to smooth things over. Okay. Then 3 days ago, Sarah texts me. Says they've decided Tim is uninvited from the wedding, just Tim. I can still come and be in the bridal party, but Tim has to stay home. I was like, absolutely not. If my husband isn't welcome, then neither am I. Sarah said I'm being dramatic and that Jake is the groom, so he gets the final say on the guest list. Does he, or does the bride get the final say on the guest list? I said that's fine. He can have his wedding without us then. Now my entire family is blowing up my phone. My mom is crying and saying I'm ruining Jake's wedding. Jake is a little sassy. I'm not gonna lie. I've never known, like, I haven't been in a lot of weddings, but I know that a lot of the planning goes to the bride, not really the groom. So it's nice to see like an involved groom, but I almost want to bet that Jake is just spiteful and petty, and is just like, I don't like Tim, he can't be in the wedding. My dad says Tim should just apologize. Tim probably should apologize. Probably. I would have, if I was Tim, I would apologize. Jake sent me a long text about how I'm choosing sides and picking Tim over family. Well, that's her husband now, and she's going to start a family with him, so yeah. But here's the thing. Tim's joke was dumb, but it wasn't mean-spirited. Jake has said way worse shit to Tim over the years, and Tim never made it a big deal. Jake called Tim. Jake sounds insufferable. Jake called Tim gay for not liking football literally at Christmas. I didn't see getting uninvited from anything. And like, Tim is my husband. We've been together for 8 years, married for 3. I'm not going to attend my brother's wedding alone while my spouse sits at home because Jake can't take a joke. Jake is a little baby. He's a little baby. My mom says I'm being stubborn and hurting the family. Ugh. Sarah says I'm making the wedding about me. No, she's not. You all can still have your wedding. She's just like, if you're not going to invite my husband, then I'm not going to go. You can find somebody else. Even my sister thinks I should go. You got a sister? Just let her be the maid of honor or something. Even my sister thinks I should go without Tim to keep the peace, but I think it's insane the way they expect me to show up and smile in pictures while my husband is banned. So would I be the asshole if I skipped the wedding entirely? Am I being unreasonable here? Not the asshole. You're not ruining your brother's wedding. He's just doing it himself. Just keep repeating either we both come or out or neither do. It's Jake's choice. Ooh, excuse me. Make sure the family know that Jake said he never liked your husband and that is just an excuse to exclude him. Yeah, Jake seems like a little like throw like dish it out but can't take it type of dude. Because if you're calling someone gay for not liking football, I mean, I don't watch football. Does that make me gay? Maybe. I don't know. It's just like weird. But it's just like this fake machismo. I don't know. Jake is weird. He's making it about himself, and he's being a bridezilla. He's being a bridezilla. Jake's being a bridezilla. Um, Make sure the family knows that Jake said he never liked your husband, and that this is just an excuse to exclude him. Absolutely not the asshole. You're doing the right by sticking with your husband. Brother can obviously dish it out, but can't take it. Perhaps husband struck a nerve. What man? Like he's marrying Sarah. Obviously, he's seen a naked woman. Like what? It's not all of that. Me, I want to know if Tim at least apologized. If he apologized, then that's one thing. Then it's like, okay, dude, like you need to relax. Jake, why are you pressed? What did you say? But if he if Tim is like, I'm not apologizing, then that would be a little weird. But if Tim is like more than willing to be like, I apologize, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, then that's fine. Jake seems like a little diva. I'm sorry. Jake just seems like a diva and a bridezilla and is petty AF and does not like Tim. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like he feels a way because Tim is like a little bit more nerdy. You know what I mean? Anyway, suggestion. OP should use money budgeted for the wedding to do something fun with the husband that weekend. Maybe shirt trip, fancy dinner, whatever. Edit better English. And we know who the favored kid is. Yeah, yeah. Bingo. I'm also going to guess the parents have to financially help him the most, too. Yeah. Diva. Diva, diva. She ain't no diva. I would book a nice Airbnb in a far enough location now. Then you can't go for sure. Reservation is non-refundable, and it's too far for you to be able to get any part of the wedding. Bummer, but nothing we can do. We'll try to make it the next one. Yeah, I don't go to Cabo or something. It's not worth it. LOL. Husband's buddy skipped his entire sister's first wedding. Yes, there were 2 more, 3 marriages, 3 divorces. After she insulted his wife one time too many. She has always been hugely jealous of Buddy's wife, who is beautiful, successful, kind, great mother, etc. Sister dropped out of college 3 times. Oh. Sister dropped out of college 3 times, has lost countless jobs. It's always the boss's fault, sure. 3 marriages, divorce, 0 kids, but all 3 exes now have kids with their next wives. She never missed an opportunity to be nasty or condescending to Buddy's wife, who always tried to be nice to her. Anyway, after sister decided his wife wasn't good enough to come to the wedding, I can't even write what she said to wife. It's so nasty. Buddy told his family to count him and his family out of the wedding and planned a wonderful second honeymoon. Yes. To the place his sister wanted to go but couldn't afford. But couldn't afford. Diabolical. This was long before social media and smartphones were a thing, but trust me, he sent postcards and pictures to his family that arrived when the happy couple got back from their much less luxe honeymoon. She never ever forgave him for that. His parents, thank goodness, understood and told her sister to cut it out. That was 35 years ago, and sister still never misses an opportunity to trash talk Buddy's wife. Some people like Jake are just garbage. Yeah, it seems like he feels threatened by Tim. It seems like he feels threatened by Tim. Every time she talks trash to her, he would say, "That reminds me, it's time to take her on another honeymoon to wherever the place she can afford." Petty, I like it. And there will be a next one. Tangential story. A buddy of mine told me that at his second wedding, his brother walked up to him and the bride had said, "Bro, this is a great time. We should have your next one here again." Bride wasn't happy, but guess what? There was a next one. Not there, though. It was a destination wedding, for what I heard. The percentage in second and subsequent marriages that end jumps up quite significantly after the first divorce. I think it's something like 70%, plus or minus 10%. Pretty good odds on his brother's side. Ugh. I'm sorry, but if I was married and it didn't work out the first time, I'm not getting married again. I love your level of petty you on the internet today. Okay. Also, the statement about OP not choosing family, she is choosing family, her chosen family. They're a package deal, not the asshole. Period. And why is the fiance messaging you instead of your brother? Yeah! Man up. What? Why is she inserting herself? Yeah, so, like, she's the fiance. She should be the one calling the shots, low-key. Every time I hear about weddings, it's always like the bride who's heavily involved and the groom is just like, whatever. So she should be the one who's like, "Oh, no, he can come, actually." Why is she inserting herself? Honestly, block them all and go no contact for a while. Once sincere apologies are given, you can gradually go low contact, but be prepared to go no contact again. Okay. But Jake said something more telling than that. He always hated Jake, and now he has a reason. That makes it worse. Yeah, I feel like Jake Jake feels threatened by Tim. It's okay to denigrate someone else, but have someone make him the butt of the joke and he goes ballistic. Seems to me your brother is very insecure and can't handle a joke about his supposed manliness. Yeah, he gives me very, like, fake machismo, Joe Rogan, red pill. Because, like, how are you gonna be like, you don't watch football, you're gay? Like, how does that correlation? Like, not every dude likes to watch sports. Brava, girlfriend, for standing by your man, not the asshole even a bit. Yeah. Hopping on here because all the excuses and things hurled at you are actually applicable to your brother. He's making his wedding all about you. He's ruining the vibe. He's tearing the family apart. Protect your peace and your hubby, OP, not the asshole, and enjoy spending the day with your hubby. Yeah. Yeah, he's making it about y'all. Because, I don't know, compensation issues. He feels like he's overcompensating or something. Alright, am I the asshole for not wanting to watch my sister change my niece's diaper? Hi everyone, I'm faced with a situation where I think I'm the problem. My sister, 30 female, very recently has given birth to her first baby. Congrats. And I, 21 female, am now an aunt for the first time. But it's also my first time experiencing having a baby in the family, and I'm having a lot of firsts in that regard. When my niece was released from the hospital, was the first time I've ever held or touched a baby. I've been really supportive of her and trying my best. We've been talking about how eager I am to help her babysit her niece, play with her, feed her, etc. I've been hanging out with my sister a lot, keeping her company, learning through her, how to hold her, burp her, feed her. There's just one problem. I'm really, really squeamish. I'm a really, really squeamish person. I get grossed out and icked out by the smallest things, no matter how hard I try. From the first day my niece was home, my mom and my sister have been taking care of changing her diapers and always inviting me to watch. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. The thought of having to clean up poop and piss Having to smell it and see it up close brings out terror in me that I can't get over. I tried telling myself I should try for my niece, but yesterday when my sister told me to come watch, I started gagging and had to exit the room. It's because it caused a bit of an argument that I can't help babysit with my niece without changing her diaper. And while it's true, I feel like I can't do it. I still feel pathetic about it. Is it assholeish of me not want to do it? Should I just try to suck it up? I honestly feel like the bigger baby than the actual baby in the situation. That's funny. This is the kind of discourse I like to critique on. Thank you for the advice, everyone. I feel a little bit better and more confident to try, knowing that it's okay if I'm not able to do it on my end. Okay, so let me not read the edits. I don't know. Either like get used to poop and pee, or just be like, I can't watch the baby unless you change her. I don't know, right? This is going to sound really condescending, but they're right. Yeah. If you want to babysit a baby, then changing diapers is going to be a big part of that. If you feel grossed out by it, then it does make sense to desensitize you by having you watch it be done. If you can't do that, then babysitting is out the window. Yeah, like just don't be a babysitter. Nah, either suck it up or accept that you won't be babysitting until your niece has a lot of bowel control. You may need to wait until they're a teenager, as toilet misses, vomit, and such comes as part of the package and can remain for a long time. OP, don't have kids. You don't have the mothering spirit. It's okay. If you gave me a choice between having to do the next 10 diaper blowouts or one instance of vomit, diapers. All the diapers, diapers forever. If I see vomit, I will vomit. I don't know, baby spit up isn't that gross to me. Yeah, it's not that, because it's just milk. For the most part, until they like actually eat real food, then it's like other stuff too. But I don't know. I don't think it's gross. Baby nappies are not that gross and smelly, especially if the baby is only on milk. Now, toddler nappies, those are a thing of horror. Ew. Those are a thing of horror. I nannied for years and dealt with toddler diapers. And when she had a baby and I changed the diaper for the first time, I was like, this is it? Also, teeny babies, I feel like their shit didn't stink much. At least for my son. It wasn't until he got on solids that it really started to smell like human poop. By then, I was so used to it, though. Fair, though I am the same way and recently found out that a part of it is my OCD. Oh, okay. I have a combination of esophageal damage and OCD that triggers immediate gag reflex at the sight of certain things. I don't care about bodily fluids, blood, vomit, poo, whatever, but dirty water, like a dish soaking in the sink, will immediately trigger it. I used to be disgusted by dirty dishes in the sink. I'm not really disgusted by it anymore. It's possible that OP may have something similar going on, in which case therapy, medication, and awareness are the best way to handle it. Okay. The growing up part is recognizing that no matter what the source, if you want to be around children, you're going to have to get used to some gross stuff. Yeah. This is what I was going to say too. Like, nah, because changing diapers is not your responsibility if it's not your kid. However, you should probably stop talking about how much you want to babysit, because you're not going to be able to do that if you can't change diapers, which is fine. Babysitting is not your responsibility, but I can see how it would be frustrating for your sister to keep hearing about how much you want to help babysit, but then not be able to change diapers. It's an empty promise, which can feel very frustrating. Yeah, and so one thing I will say, because your sister is a new mom, like you really want to be considerate about like what you're able to do and not able to do, because for her, she probably can't really handle like false promises and lack of commitments at this time. She's a new mom, still trying to get used to raising a kid and like getting her baby in a routine. So at this point, just be honest and be like, listen, I'm not going to be able to babysit and I can't change their diapers. Sorry. Or learn how to be okay with changing diapers and be able to help and babysit, because that is probably really frustrating, dealing with people who you think are offering an olive branch or some sort of community, and then they're not able to follow through. So just to be considerate to your sister, like just let her know what it is, what's good. And if you can take care of the baby and babysit them and change their diaper, good. If you can't, it should be okay. Like, it'd be one thing if they're making you feel bad about it, but they're not really making you feel bad. They're just like, if you can't change their diaper, then don't do this. Like, stop reaching out. Like, step out of the way. All right, let me go to the Am I the Asshole subreddit. Enter a vibe, exit in disguise. This is Halloween AI. This picture looks cool. Oh, what? Okay, now I'm not comfortable. Okay, I don't know what that is. All right. Um, am I the asshole for not wanting to what? No, we already read that. Am I the asshole 27 male for standing up to my fiance 27 female in a relationship but refusing to go on a family trip that excludes her? Am I the asshole for showing my girlfriend some criticism of Taylor Swift's latest album after she asked for it? I actually want to read this. Yeah, let's read this. Because I think this could say a lot about parasocial relationships, right? Um, when Beyonce dropped Cowboy Carter and Renaissance and her like new saga of albums, right? Like this whole like trilogy of work, right? Not everyone's gonna like it. And I've been around people who said, I'm not really a fan of Beyonce, or I like Beyonce's older work, not her newer work. I like Destiny's Child era Beyonce. I don't like this Beyonce. And not once do I ever get like super butthurt about it at all, ever. Like I never develop a parasocial relationship to the point where I'm bending over backwards to defend Beyonce. I've been very critical of her, or even like any of my faves. Like I really like SZA. I've been critical of SZA. I feel like there's not much. If there's one thing I can say about SZA is that by the third album, if she's still talking about the same issues, there isn't really much growth, and maybe she should probably work on that. Like evolve outside of dealing with toxic situationships. But I still love her down. So yeah. So let's read this. Am I the asshole for my girlfriend for showing my girlfriend some criticism? So you didn't even like lay it on thick. You were just giving some reasonable criticism of Taylor Swift's latest album after she asked for it. My girlfriend is a big Taylor Swift fan. I don't know why, but this is a litmus test for something. This is a litmus test for something. This is a litmus test to let me know who you are as a person. It's like Nicki Minaj stands. You have like the really delulu ones, and then you have like the I like Nicki, like I like her music, but I'm gonna be critical. Like I don't know. Maybe it's the same for Taylor Swift fans. Last weekend when we were cuddling, I asked how she liked the latest album. She'd really been waiting for it to drop. She said it was good and asked me how I liked it. I said I hadn't gotten the chance to listen to it, but just asked because some people were flaming it on X. She asked me about what I said. I wasn't sure. Just that I'd read it when it came across me. She insisted that she wanted to see oh, Lord. Okay, sometimes I do this to my boyfriend, though. But I feel like I give fair, like, critique. Like, I'll be like, maybe they're right on that one. I'm not over here trying to argue with randos on the internet. She insisted that she wanted to see the post, so I just showed them to her. She read it, disagreed with a few of them out loud, tried to explain to me why they were wrong, and I just agreed with her. Last night when we were driving, one of the songs in her latest album came up on her Spotify, and during it she told me I'd ruined the album and Taylor Swift for her. Is she joking? Please tell me she's joking. Is this story fake? Maybe this is fake. Because, like, it's never that serious. For somebody who's, like, making $1 billion and wouldn't even piss on you if you were on fire, it's never that serious. Like, Miss Swift only needs her stands to buy her cheap merch and her vinyls. And that's it. Like, I thought she was joking, but she was serious. Am I the asshole for having brought up all the criticism I came across to her? Like, this is weird. This is, like, very weirdo parasocial behavior. Like, one of my favorite artists I said before is, like, SZA, right? So if SZA came out with another album and my partner was like, I didn't really like it, I didn't think it was a fan, everyone's flaming it on Twitter, I'd be like, damn, that sucks, but I like it, and then go on with my day. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, you just ruined it for me. Like, why would you say this? Like, that's just weird. Like, these people don't know you. Like, they're in the business of making a brand that, especially Taylor, she makes a brand that is relatable to her audience. So you feel like you can see yourself in her, but like you don't live the same life she has. There is no way you can live the same life she has. Like, she's about to marry Travis Kelsey and she's a billionaire. Y'all don't have the same life. All right. Do you and her have bad blood now? Nice. I actually never. I don't mind that song. That's from Reputation. I never minded that song. One thing's for sure. That's definitely got problems, and I don't think I can solve them. They are never ever getting back together. She needs to calm down. She's being too loud. Okay, can I? I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to not critique Taylor Swift. Okay, because these lyrics out of context are just like not it. Something about Trouble Goat Scream, Trouble Goat Scream. Sorry, I have literally never heard any Taylor Swift song except for the goat one. Not the asshole. She sounds like a child. You ruined blank for me. Wait, are you a Swiftie? Oh my god, Alex, no. Absolutely not. Please, I don't want to go on like a 10-minute rant about Taylor. I've already done it way too much. I don't want to give that woman my power, okay? But hell no. No, no, no. No, no, no. But this OP has said in the post he made that his girlfriend is a big Taylor Swift fan, and that the last album that she came out with, Life of a Showgirl, she felt like it was ruined for her because OP said that everyone was flaming it on X. So yeah, all he had to do was stay quiet. So casually cruel in the name of being honest. This one fits so well in the scenario. Okay. Okay, can we have serious quotes? Dude have described everyone who I've met who call themselves a Swiftie. Are they really like this? Because, like, even, like, Beyonce stands, like, fans of Beyonce's, like, every fandom has, like, Delulu fans and then non-Delulu fans. And, like, the non-Delulu fans are like, I like their music, I buy their merch, I buy their vinyls, but they're a little bit, problematic. Like, some barbs are like that, where they'll be like, yeah, I'm not really fucking with what Nicki's doing right now. You know what I mean? And the same can go for, Beyonce. Like, I love Beyonce down. I'll probably get all her vinyls from her trilogy. I even have a little Cowboy Carter fan, like, hanging up in my room. But, like, she's still a capitalist. And she was sitting with Ivanka Trump. Like, her politics contradict her lifestyle, is one way to put it. And I'm not, like, I'm not stupid for saying that. I'm not weird for saying that. Well, Beyonce is actually good. Yeah, see that, there you go, Alex. Like, even though her politics, like, contradict her lifestyle, it's like, well, at least she's talented, So, and she puts a lot of thought into her music, and like Cowboy Carter really showed you, like, to me, it showed how she was able to tell a story of the origins of country music just through like samples and songwriting alone. And I thought that was genius. While also introducing a version of American Pride, which I'm a little iffy on, just knowing the history and track record of like America and their imperialism and colonization and all of that. But like, she was able to introduce this new form of Americana that was digestible for Black Americans, but outside of that, she's like talented. Like, she can sing, she can dance, she can do choreography, she has a vision. Like, she's really thinking about like the music that she's making. And I can talk about this till the cows come home, but it still doesn't negate the fact that like she's in class solidarity with billionaires first. And she's a capitalist. You know what I mean? Like, It is what it is. It is what it is. And I think she is an amazing, talented woman, but like that's just where we're at with it. I'm a fan, but I don't take it too personal or need to insult others if they criticize her or don't like her. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Devil's advocate. Okay, I know this commenter said that they're a fan, but they don't take it personal or need to insult others if they criticize over her or don't like her. Okay, so that's one thing. But I do think there's a litmus test to see who someone is as an individual or like their personality if they don't like or obsess over a particular person. For example, if I were to ask you like your thoughts on Beyonce or Megan Thee Stallion, and you're like, oh, I hate them, they're awful, they're terrible, but then I ask you to give me your thoughts on like Taylor Swift, that's a litmus test a little bit. That tells me all I need to know about you as a person, without you having to say too much, and I don't know if we should be friends like that. If I were to ask you your thoughts on SZA and you were to say, oh, well, she's so depressed all the time and she's so negative and, why is she just like bringing herself down? Like, this is such a toxic place to be a part of. She's ruining music, like all of that, right? But then I were to ask you what you think about Billie Eilish, and you're like, oh, she's wonderful, amazing, she's talented, she's so raw, she's so real, she's so honest, right? Then that also tells me everything I need to know about you, because both I would argue both Billie and SZA talk about the same things. like really depressing shit sometimes, in my opinion. Though I haven't listened to a lot of Billie. Um Other things that indicate like that are litmus tests for me or indicators of as to who you are as a person. If you hate on Megan Thee Stallion for no reason, like literally no reason, um, if you're a Tory Lanez or DDG or Diddy defender, okay, this is a new one for me. I don't really have many opinions on Meghan Markle, but if you do hate Meghan Markle, apparently that's an indicator for something. But I don't really take it personal. I just kind of put two and two together, and I'm just like, I don't think I should hang out with this person. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, that's where I'm at with that. So I get it. But people who take it super personal, because Life of a Showgirl was awful. It was awful. Everyone still says that Evermore and Folklore were her greatest bodies of work, and we are 3 albums past that. And like after you drop a banger like that, I'm expecting you to deliver quality, and it just hasn't been that good. So I don't really know what's going on, but I fully believe that every adult fan of Taylor Swift I know has an emotional intelligence of a 13-year-old. Oh no, I'm speculating here, but I bet good money that the overlap between adult Swifties and Disney adults is massive. I actually fuck with Disney adults though. I like okay, technically I fuck with Disney adults. I'm not really that big of a fan of Disney anymore, but I can do a Disney sing along. I've done that before. They're so much fun. I was singing Colors of the Wind in my head in the shower today when I was washing my hair. So I don't know. I can give a pass on Disney adults. Are you sure you're not falling into the trap of the availability heuristic? Like how many people might think plane crashes are more of a risk than they really are? Because plane crashes always make the news, whereas the thousands of flights that land safely every day don't get mentioned. So the only flights they ever hear about are the ones that end in a crash, making plane crashes seem more common. Or how people sometimes think all the vegans talk about being vegan all the time because the majority of vegans who keep their opinion to themselves go completely unnoticed. You might not even know they're vegans, so the only vegans when you recall interacting with them are the obnoxious ones, making it seem like all vegans act that way. Given that Taylor Swift is breaking so many records and is inarguably one of the most popular artists currently, I'd be willing to bet you know and have interacted with many, many more fans than you realize you do, but the only ones you can recall are the loud, annoying, stupid ones, making you think they're all like that. All right, so someone's a closeted Swiftie. That's okay. Cruel, but so true. I I think that's like perception on the internet as well. Because I feel like people are a lot louder and a lot bolder behind a computer screen than when they are in person. And so obviously you're gonna get your bad eggs from every single fandom, but in real life they're probably just like, yeah, I like her music. I okay, so the one I need to do like a panel of like white girls who like Taylor Swift. Not just white girls, everybody who likes Taylor Swift. I need to do a panel and ask them why. Like, why? What is it that you see? Because I don't see it. Um, my mom claimed I ruined a prairie home companion for her when I called it a prairie homo companion. I was like 13. I wish I actually ruined it for her so she would stop making me listen to it. Swifties need to stop acting like everything Taylor Swift make is good. I like some of the Taylor Swift songs, but this new album was not it, and that's okay. There isn't a single artist on this planet that can make a 10-10 out all the time, every time. I don't know. I think what the problem with Taylor is that she's outgrowing that brand for herself. Like that teenager still in high school brand. Um so and then the girls that are like still teenagers and in their like early 20s and stuff, they're running circles around her. Like Olivia Rodrigo, like she's kind of forcing her audience to like grow up with her. Whereas Taylor has always been very juvenile and very like high school, innocent, marketable, safe. And there's nothing wrong with having a safe brand, but it can get very dicey when, unfortunately, like you age out of that brand or when your audience can see into it. Like see into the what's the word? See into the see when the veil has been lifted, I guess is a way to put it. Like they can see behind the curtain. You know what I mean? Like if you're 34 still talking about high school, girl, no. Like, huh? It is how mature people speak about rant and aggressive negativity. Either you are correct in that OP's girlfriend is almost comically immature, or OP is not giving us the full story about his conduct, perhaps unintentionally. He may not even be aware of how he came across. Yeah, because if he was like really rude and like dunking on Taylor, like, because here's the thing, Taylor's came out with The Life of a Showgirl. It did not do too well. We have clapbacks from the Charlie XCX stands saying that Brat was the better album, and it was because Taylor clocked Charlie or tried to clock Charlie in one of her songs, Actually Romantic, to respond to Charlie's Sympathy is a Knife. That really wasn't a diss track towards Taylor either way. But then almost immediately when the album flopped, well, in the eyes of public opinion, when the album flopped, right? Like maybe not to her fans and maybe not to the Billboard. They immediately started going for her looks and saying like, "Oh my God, she got too much filler. She looks awful. She needs to get a new doctor." And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! We don't have to do all that. You don't have to tear down her appearance. You can just say her music's trash and move on." Like, why are you doing all of that? That's so rude. Like, come on. She looks fine. Except she's the one that asked him to show her the criticism on the album. Yeah, yeah, it's giving little like juvenile. Saying how it got ruined for her over this shit is immature. That's like saying Game of Thrones got ruined for you because of the criticisms that season 8 got, instead of coming to your own conclusions by watching the show. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I listen to Life of a Showgirl, I like corny shit, right? Like I grew up listening to like radio Disney jams, volume, whatever, right? Like it was Radio Disney's version of Now That's What I Call Music. And then when I was allowed to finally listen to like secular music, I was listening to Now That's What I Call Music. So I'm very aware of like corny, campy albums. Um so when I listened to the Life of the Showgirl album, I enjoyed myself because of just how campy, like not even campy, how horrendously corny it was. But like it wasn't good. So like your girlfriend doesn't sound old enough to have a boyfriend. Okay, true. There probably is a tendency for people on this subreddit to omit elements of the story that paint them in a negative light, but in this case, OP would need to be actively lying. Or he or she, I don't think it's specified, says that they hadn't heard the record. I would never date someone who's a Swiftie. I'm telling you, it's an indicator. I just could not do it. Like it tells me everything I need to know about a person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum of his girlfriend in this post, but like or their girlfriend in this post, but I just could not do it. No. Anyway, mentioned the criticism once and agreed with her defense. To get to weight and aggressive negativity, you need to be more than speculate. You need to do more than speculate that something is missing, but a flip at least a couple of these to be their polar opposite. OP hated the record, criticized it repeatedly, and or brushed off her opinion. At that point, we're not so much assessing the situation described as inventing an entirely new hypothetical. All right, well, I don't know, dude. I think she's overreacting. You're not the asshole. And I think people, honestly, and I mean, this is my problem with Taylor Swift. Like, this argument here of, like, are you sure that this is actually happening? Because there's only a few loud, bad eggs online. But, like, in real life, they're not all really like that. You know what I mean? Um, I just feel like we make too many excuses for that woman that we would not make excuses for anybody else. We make way too many excuses. And it's like Alex said, it's like with Beyonce, I can see where people would make excuses for her because they can be blinded by the talent. With Taylor, it's just like I don't see the talent. Not even in the songwriting at this point. So I don't know. I don't know. Am I the asshole sister couldn't handle that I confronted her? Okay, I don't want to read that. Am I the asshole for responding to my neighbor's rude note? Sure, let's read this. All right, am I the asshole for responding to my neighbor's rude note? I live in an apartment complex with 6 units. We all share one washer and dryer. Oh, that sucks. I walked into the laundry room and was greeted with a large note calling everyone in the building idiots because someone had forgotten to take the lint out of the dryer. I immediately knew who had written the note and taped it to the door with a note asking that said, "This is incredibly inappropriate. Be kind to your neighbors." She then took the note and pinned it into the shared billboard stating that none of us cared about our safety or dryer fires. I responded with a note that said, "Of course we all care about our safety in dryer fires. I'm not the only one that left the lint in the dryer. You are not a saint. Clearly, we all live busy lives outside of the building and may forget small things from time to time. If you continue to create a hostile living situation, I will report to the landlords. Write a kinder note next time or none at all." I then taped it to her door. Have I taken this too far? This is not the first time this neighbor has called me stupid and idiot. Maybe I'm being too sensitive and reactive. Am I the asshole? No, not really. They're a little harsh in their delivery, but they're right. I don't think you're the asshole for saying it's inappropriate and to be kind to your neighbors. Um, but I don't know. This tit for tat is kind of funny though. I don't know. This feels like a Seinfeld episode. It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's see what people say. Everybody says here, congrats, you're passive aggressive pissing a contest with your equally passive aggressive neighbor. You both sound thoroughly unpleasant. I don't know. It feels like a Seinfeld episode. I'm not gonna lie. Um, Everybody says here, common sense and etiquette should have the filter cleaned both before and after use. Any buildup can cause fires and also affect the dryer's functioning. A sign should be posted by the landlord reminding all users to remove lint. It takes all of 2 seconds. Yeah, this is the landlord's responsibility. She was rude in leaving a nasty note, and you were wrong to engage in the argument with her. Ask the landlord to post proper signs. Yeah. I think after you left your note of be kind and considerate to others, y'all should have just left it alone. Like, all right, like put it down on the cork board in front of the laundry room, I guess. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Don't reply anymore. Just tell the landlord. It's escalating and it doesn't look like a positive outcome. You should retrieve your note if you can. Everybody sucks here. Yes, her note was rude. However, you escalated the situation by putting the note on her door and writing a response. It wasn't left on your door. You didn't have to do anything other than roll your eyes and ignore it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It seems very petty. So, Christ, how long were these notes? Just imagining like OP sending like a strongly worded note, like a strongly worded letter to the person who made the first note. Like that would be funny. Every time you empty the dryer lint, wad it up into a ball and tape it to her door. Petty, 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 petty. Honestly, you're everybody sexier, but in the most glorious petty way. You should have typed your response in Comic Sans, included a passive aggressive PS that says, PS, maybe next time try using your big girl voice in a calendar reminder instead of calling strangers idiots. But seriously, not the asshole for escalating on someone who started with personal insults. Oh my god, I love petty people on Reddit. Slowly back away from the dryer. The wonderful part of the situation is that it can stop and everyone can pretend it never happened and people will probably A, clean the dryer lint, and be less willing to leave nasty grams. So if this stops now, I'll give you a not the asshole. Okay. Am I the asshole for sending someone screenshots of a conversation after they back talk them really bad? Probably not, but let's hear. Oh no. Okay. Thanks for posting. Read this comment. Do not skim. This comment is a copy of your post so readers can see the original text if it is edited or removed. This comment is not accusing you of copying anything. Okay. Why did they delete it? Did they get into a drama? Okay, nobody responded, so all right, maybe I should read that one. Um pumpkin heads. Let's see here. Am I the asshole for asking my friend for reimbursement after he let me stay at his home for a week? Uh, am I the asshole my 25 female neighbor fear for their lives because of how we park our cars? Am I the asshole for not wanting to stay home from college over my health issues? Would I be the asshole if I called out a coworker for keeping a bonus that was meant for me? Am I the asshole? My husband, 23 male, keeps lying about going to the casino and staying out late. Am I the 23 female asshole? Let's read this one. Wait, I don't want to do relationship ones though. Am I the asshole for throwing out some sweets in the fridge? Best views on streamboo.com. Remove the space. No. I got another bot on my Twitch. Nice. All right. Would I be the asshole for canceling a trip with my friend less than a week away? Let's read this one. All right. My friend, 31 male, and I, 27 female, have been planning to take an 8-hour road trip for a music festival for Halloween. Ooh, that sounds fun. Initially, I declined the invitation because I recently lost my job and did not want to pay for this trip. My friend is working the event, so he said he would get me a free pass and cover the trip. In the last week or so, I've started to feel like I don't want to go anymore. He told me we will have to take my car because he is going to drive down with me and then leave me to drive back home alone while he flies to another state. As of today, he still hasn't booked the hotel. I just asked him about the passes and how he's going to get me in, and he hasn't given me a clear answer. He said he would buy me a pass if he can't get me in, but they will be sold out within the next few days. I'm starting to get the feeling he is using me for a ride to the festival. Probably, girl. I don't want to be a bad friend and bail on him because I value our friendship. I also recently had to bail on him for another trip because I lost my dog sitter last minute. I'm afraid if I cancel again, the friend might be lost. I'm getting pretty annoyed with the lack of a real plan, and I'd rather stay home with my family anyway. So would I be the asshole if I said never mind on the trip? No, you wouldn't, but you might lose that friend. because it seems like your friend isn't really too organized on what y'all need to do. First of all, your friend isn't really considerate to the fact that you lost your job. So already funds are very tight for you. And if I'm relying on someone to take me like from point A to point B, I at the very least, and if I have funds too, I'm gonna make sure that they're supported in any way possible. If I know that they don't have the funds to support like themselves, right? But I think little things like not having a hotel together, um, not having the passes, like I don't know, me be like if I like for example, I've had people like want to stay at my apartment in the past, and they would just tell me like the dead last minute and be like, "Hey, can I still stay at your place?" And they would not tell me anything beforehand. And when I tell you that shit is so annoying, like please follow up with me as to whether or not you're staying at my place. Like don't tell me like 4 days beforehand. Oh, by the way, I'm here. Can I stay at your place? No, you gotta like follow up with me. Otherwise, I'm gonna think, okay, like, are you still coming or not? So I really don't like hanging around people, especially where, like, I'd imagine it's your car, that you're using to get to this event, especially if they don't like have finite plans of where y'all are staying, if y'all are staying in a hotel, what hotel it is, if you're gonna have to pay for the hotel, how they're gonna get the passes. Like I don't think you would be the asshole if you were like, I don't really want to go. But you also might have to be wary of the fact that your friend seems a little opportunistic. And so if you don't want to go, he might not want to be your friend anymore. He might think that you're a cop out and that you've um, denied wanting to go to certain places too many times. You could use the excuse, well, I just lost my job and I kind of want to save money. Things are a little tight, but it's not, and technically that's not an excuse, but he still might not want to be your friend. But yeah, you wouldn't be the asshole, but you'd probably lose him as a friend. So let's see what they said. Not the asshole. Just tell them you can't commit to something you don't know the financial details of, especially since you don't have a job. Yeah. Both cancellations are not for light reasons, so a real friend wouldn't break up the friendship because of them. Yeah, but I don't know. OP's friend seems like the type that's just kind of like, I don't know, opportunistic, like looking for people to pull through for them, even though they don't have the details. And I've been around people like this. This shit gets really annoying. Like, if you have big plans of, like, oh, I want to go to this music festival and I'm going to get you in for free, I better know how you're getting me into this music festival for free, where the hotels are, where the route is, like, which you're going to have to be my GPS while I'm driving us to the music festival. I need to know all these details. My bad. I'm the friend that randomly that pops randomly. Alex, don't do that. Why are you doing that? No, it's fine. It's fine if it's like a random, like on the whim, like, hey, I'm in town, girl. You want to hang out? Like, that's fine. But if it's like a 6 months ago, hey, can I hang out at your place in like the fall sometime? And I'm like, sure, I guess, but there are no details. And then you randomly message me and you're like, hey, I'm in your stay. I gotta stay over, girl. I'm gonna be like, no, because you didn't give me any details. No, you cannot stay over. Because you just said sometime in the fall that you might come over, or sometime 6 months ago that you might come over in the fall, and you never gave a finite date. No, you cannot stay. um, well, no, I'll be in town and just knock off someone's door. I never stay over though. Oh, okay, that's cute. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Especially if you have like a close relationship with them. But if you're looking for a place to stay, like, girl, no. Not the asshole. Just tell them you can't commit to something you don't know the final details of, especially since you don't have a job. Both cancellations are not for light reasons, so a real friend wouldn't break up a friendship because of them. And yeah, I had a convo recently and learned that people don't enjoy that. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Maybe you should like call them before you and like knock on their door, because that they really might have plans. I work from home, so when I was working, I'd work from home. So if someone just randomly knocked on my door while I was working, especially if it was like during a meeting, I'd be so pissed. I'd shut the door on them and be like, "You can't be here. Sorry, bye." Not the asshole. It sounds like he's using you for free transport. Yeah. Him flying to another state that's not your own after already driving 8 hours sounds very sketchy as well. You might seriously dodge a bullet if you don't go. It might not be the case, but it seems very sus. Yeah, that does seem very sketchy. And then 8 hours is a long ass time. Like 8 hours with no plan is wild. 8 hours, we better have a plan. If I'm driving for 8 whole hours, there needs to be a plan in place where we're staying, how you're getting the passes. Like, you're not just gonna have me out in the middle of nowhere for a Halloween music festival and you don't have your shit together. And I'm unemployed. Mm-mm. Why not be straight up with him and tell him you're beginning to feel anxious about the trip this week? You're concerned about your accommodations, concerned about the tickets to get in. Tell him you'll need the reservation info for the hotel, but the ticket info for the event, otherwise you won't be able to attend. Yeah. Speak your concerns. Friends should always be okay and honest with each other. If you can't alleviate your fears and cancel, protecting yourself is always okay. I agree. All right, so there's that. Am I the asshole for not apologizing again? Bro, just apologize. I don't know. I'm not going to read this. I don't know what happened, but just apologize. Apologize even if you don't mean it. Just apologize. Am I the asshole for being angry at my roommate? Ooh, roommate drama. So I am a 25 female, the asshole for being angry at my roommate 23 male. This is the situation. My roommate is a man child. He goes into his room to put my stuff away. He goes into my room to put my stuff away, but I don't know until I go into my room myself. That is, whoa. Why are you in my room? There is another reason why I'm upset. My other roommate, 29 binary, who works from home, told me one incident. Their friend from work gave them a sweater, and my roommate male shouted their name. When they answered him, he told them, "Here is the sweater." They responded, "Okay, I am working." With that response, he threw it on the floor. Okay, he needs to leave. He has destroyed my property, and he does not clean the dishes or the apartment at all. We know that he will only get in the way of us trying to clean. Teach your sons how to teach your sons how to be an adult. Teach your children how to adult. Please wash dishes, keep a home clean. He doesn't know how to flush the toilet this week. I have flushed his shit, and I mean his literal shit. And I'm so tired of this. This has been going on for months now. Am I the asshole? No, no. But you need to kick him out. You need to be like, yeah, you can't be here, bro. Can't be here. I can't even tell what you're supposedly the asshole about. You should edit this. This is a mess. He sounds immature and irresponsible at best and an asshole at worst. But why would you be an asshole? Not the asshole, and you and your work at home roommate need to boot him. He's not looking for roommates. He's looking for built-in housekeepers, cleaners, cooks, slaves. Yeah. Yeah, he's a dick. Like, you don't know how to be an adult at 23. You don't know how to wash dishes, clean stuff up, and give things to people and not, like, break into their personal, you know, their rooms and give people personal space. That's just weird. He goes into my room and put my stuff away. It sounds like he's putting away your things things left in the common area. Am I misunderstanding? He is throwing them on the floor, and instead of letting me know about it, I find out by stepping on my own property. Property. So I think in essence, everybody sucks here when living with the rookies. The common area isn't for personal possessions. He's an asshole for throwing things on your room floor. That's just rude. But he likely feels tired of having to pick up your things and the other rookies' things to return them to owner. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my sister I don't want to be? So okay, let me go back to this. So roommate situations are iffy. It can very much so be a 2 against 1 situation, and you can kick him out. But him like going into your room and putting your shit in your room is very rude. He should just like put it in a pile and then maybe put a letter over it in the common area and be like, please put this in your room, or I will have to put this in your room for you. This is annoying, you know what I mean? But then also like really icky, gross things like not flushing the toilet. That is disgusting. Am I the asshole for telling my sister that I don't want to be to be a support to her toxic relationship? No, let's. I didn't even read it yet, and I already know. Yeah, let's talk about it though. The women in my family have a history of getting into relationships with men who aren't great, not good. Break the curse, ladies. Not physically abusive, but abusive in many other ways, especially emotionally. It starts at home. Mom probably was male centered. My little sister, who I do love a lot, has dated, continues to date at interval, a guy who just completely mistreats her. Get him out of your life, ma'am. When he does, she cries to me about it and asks what she should do. And I tell her that it's not right, she deserves a more loving pairing, and she should leave him. She agrees, then goes back, and then when he hurts her again, she comes back to me asking for advice. Whenever she comes to me for support, my heart breaks with hers. I can't help feeling invested because I love her. I'm starting to feel like my emotional labor is wasted because she chooses to go back to him. Obviously, I know she's attached to him, so it's not simple. I went through my own relationship like this that lasted for years, and it was exhausting. It is very, very exhausting. I'm out now, thank goodness, and I understand that it was partially my fault for being in it for so long. I have to be accountable for the fact that I chose to be with him again and again, sometimes accepting his bid to be in my life, sometimes chasing him when he left. Anyway, it feels triggering to me that she brings these things to me because I'm feeling those familiar feelings of being in a toxic relationship all over again. Side note, when I was in a toxic relationship, just for your info, I suffered alone. I know my family would have been there for me, but to be honest, I would just cry in my room, then go to his house to be hurt again. I want you to know this so it's not like I'm using her and then leaving her to suffer my own fate. I'm out. Anyway, I told her that I can't be her support for these things. To be honest, I think it'd be better if she went to other women with a similar mindset to hers instead of me. She's mad at me and says she doesn't want to come to me about anything in her life now. Am I selfish asshole for setting this boundary? I do love her. I just know my limits. No, you are not an asshole for setting a boundary because this is emotionally exhausting for all the parties that are involved in helping her get out of it. Unfortunately, in emotionally abusive relationships or any abusive relationships, um, if the victim isn't ready to go, no matter how many times they rant and vent about how toxic the relationship is and how they want out and how they can't do it anymore and how they deserve better, unless they understand that they need better and do the action of moving on and dumping said person, you're always going to be the one carrying the emotional burden, and it's always going to be a cyclical issue. Um, until that person steps to the plate and it's like, you know what? No, I'm going to handle my own business. I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to be out of this relationship. So it's going to be a cyclical issue. Also, like, not just for, I'm not going to say women who are in emotionally abusive relationships, not to tell anybody, but anybody who has any like relationship issues, just relationship issues in general, it's probably not best to always tell your friends about them or like your family about them, because even if the relationship isn't that bad, they're already got like, I don't know, they're already making up scenarios in their head to villainize that person. So I don't know. It's just, you want to keep that aspect of relationships, like of your relationship and all the hardships of your relationships to yourself if you can. Um, but in this case, if she's dealing with an emotionally abusive man, I think it's best for her to reach out to other people to support her. But I think it's best for OP to create boundaries if little sister is going to keep going back to man, um even after he emotionally abused her, because what's going to happen is it's going to be emotionally exhausting to you, and it could turn into a situation where, well, he's not like physically abusing her, but if he was, it could get very dangerous for you to trying to step in. So I don't think she's the asshole. but let's read. Not the asshole. She already knows what you're going to say. If she's old enough to be in a relationship, she's old enough to leave one. You need to ask her why the abusive boyfriend gets forgiveness and multiple chances, but you don't. Yeah. Yeah. Not the asshole, but I think you need to explain your thinking to her so she understands why you're setting this boundary. You 100% don't have to, because it's your right to say you don't want to hear about it anymore, but it might be worth trying to explain to her that you just want her to be happy and you can't watch her continue to go back to this man that is clearly making her unhappy. It might do nothing, but who knows? It can be the reality check that makes her realize this pattern in relationship is unhealthy. That's rough, and not the asshole. There's a fine line between supporting and enabling, and it sounds like you're doing the latter. Learn about codependency. Maybe go to a CODA meeting. Clearly, you and your family are codependent if this is such a pattern, but you can learn to break it. Yeah. Not the asshole. She's not happy with you, but what she wants from you is not healthy from either one of you. If you are her therapist, the therapist may offer experienced guidance on what you can say to your sister and how you can be a lifeline for her without putting your own well-being at risk. Yeah, that's true. Um, Not the asshole. While it is worse for her when she's isolated, it's not your cross to bear. You can tell her that you'll be there any for her. You'll be there for where, if, and when she leaves for good, but you will not watch her run back to her own demise again and again and again and again. I agree. And I think, like, I understand that being in an abusive relationship, it kind of changes you. And so you just learn to, like, your body and your mind just learns to accept the abuse. But it's not healthy for other people to be a part of it if you know you're not going to change. And so it's not fair when people say, hey, I really don't want to deal with this. This is triggering me. We got to put up boundaries if you're going to go back to this dude. And you'd be like, well, you don't really care about me anyway. Wah, wah, wah. I don't think that's fair. And I do agree with one of the commenters down below that you can offer all the forgiveness for the man who is so clearly abusing you, but you can't offer little to no forgiveness towards the man, towards your sister for creating the boundary. Like, you have to understand that if you're choosing to go back to this until you're truly ready to move on, you have to understand why people might want to alienate you, might want to stay alienated, because it is emotionally exhausting to help someone through a toxic relationship. So, and so I say all that to say, this looks cool. I say all that to say that even like if you're say you're in a relationship and it's not like abusive in any way, but you guys have issues here and there, um, try your best not to like rant to everybody about it, because they're already gonna have like preconceived notions about the dynamic of the relationship, and then when things are actually good or you work through them, they're gonna be hesitant to believe in it. So just be really careful. Would I be the asshole for complaining about being kicked? This is weird. Friend keeps kicking me out of calls. Seems like banter, but it's getting under my skin, and I need an outside opinion before I confront him. Okay, that's weird. That like if people keep kicking me out of calls, I'm not gonna hang out with y'all. I 17. Oh, we're 17. Child, this is like I don't care about no 17-year-old. Oh my god, that's like little kid stuff. Okay, let me read it. Let me read it. But like, if you're 17, that's immature as fuck. Like grown ass people, grown ass adults on chats, they're not kicking people out. I, 17 male, have been in a friend group with 8 or 9 people for about 3 years from now. For 3 years now. We recently made a new group chat because the old one had a former friend as the owner. This was on Discord, and things have been going great. Until about 2 weeks ago, when I started randomly getting kicked out of calls for no apparent reason. I laughed it off of the first. Is this how the kids are communicating with each other? Discord calls? Is this what they're doing? They don't hang out anymore? Well, there's no third spaces, so that sucks. And to be fair, I used to call my childhood bestie when I was younger. But still, that sucks. Y'all don't like do a sleepover at somebody's house? I laughed it off the first few times because it only happened once, and I could join back immediately. But now it's increased to about 2 to 3 times, and I feel like a snowball is rolling. Would I be the asshole if I asked about it? No, but you have your whole life ahead of you because you're 17. But at some point, you have to like put up a boundary, right? So like you probably should not be friends with these people if they keep kicking you out of calls. Not the asshole. As you get older, it will be easier for you to recognize toxic people. Toxic people literally shortens the lifespan of people around them. And see toxic people and live the good life. Not the asshole, man. If you don't leave, yeah, no, that like this is so immature, bro. Like grown ass folks, respectfully, grown ass folks, they're not kicking folks out of calls. Like I don't know, but also at the same time, when I'm in Discord calls, I unless we're playing a game together, we don't get into like heated arguments, really. So, but even when I hear like my partner and he play games with his friends, they don't really kick each other out of calls. They'll just dunk on each other and then go about their day. So this is weird. I don't know, and I feel like I don't know. It gives Mean Girl a little bit. It gives Mean Girl, yeah. Those aren't your friends. I hear that bullying though now is so much worse because people like teens, like high school bullying, they have like whole group chats and discords dedicated to like ranking on their ops. That's like so bad. So bad. Like I'm so sorry. They need to get a good control over bullies. Am I the asshole for doing related or research related to my colleague? Excuse me. I am a 32-year-old female in the academia as a researcher. I'm proposing a new project to get research funding. I think that's happening to me, to be honest. Really? Oh no, Alex. People are kicking you out of group chats? That's not cool. I'm proposing a new project to get research funding. After discussing with my supervisor, we came up with a preliminary research idea. Right after the meeting with my supervisor, I talked to my colleague, 34 male, because he's working on a related project to get his thoughts on it. I'm very close with him and consider him as my friend. We play sports, went to trips together, and have very close mutual friends. He was initially open to the idea, but after a couple of days, he became distant and started ignoring me. Oh no. Then I received an email from him saying, if you can remember from our hangout some years ago, I was planning to do a similar research, but all is fair in academia if you propose it first. Oh. I explained that I don't remember him mentioning this when we thought of the idea, that the idea is still very preliminary and not completely similar to what he's planning to do. I also apologize for how this made him feel. I mentioned that I'm open to discussing this further so that our research would be complementary and collaborative rather than competing. I didn't get a reply then, so I also messaged him through a text about how the situation bothered me, and I don't want to be something that would create friction in our friendship. But again, I haven't gotten a reply for weeks now. He also started working from home almost every day, so we didn't get a chance to talk in person. In the meantime, I continued to work on the proposal, and it developed into a different research from the initial idea. I saw him the other day and jokingly approached him about how he's avoiding me, and he said, I don't want to talk about it. And I asked, do you not want to talk about it or not talk to me at all? Because those are two different things. Those two are different things. He said both and added what I did was unacceptable. I said that him not wanting to talk to me at all is also hurting to hear considering our years of friendship. He replied that he does not want to be friends with me. Now I'm considering if I'm the asshole in this whole situation or if I should handle it differently. So, okay. This is like academia, university type shit. Okay. So there's a project that 32-year-old woman is researching for. She has funding, okay? She discussed it with the supervisor and came up with the preliminary research idea. Right after the meeting with my supervisor, she talks to her colleague, 34 male, because he's working on a related project to get his thoughts on it. So they're working on basically the same thing, same project. I'm very close to him considering he was my friend. We play sports, wah, wah, wah. Okay, you guys are close. Um, then I received an email from he was initially open to the idea after a couple of days. And then he started being distant. So why didn't he say, hey, I don't think you should do that? That's my idea to research something else. Then I received an email from him saying, if you can't remember from our hangout some years ago, I was planning to do a similar research, but it all is fair in academia if you propose it first. How is she supposed to remember what y'all talked about some years ago? You should have, when she came up to you the first time and said, hey, I'm going to do my research on shoes, you should have been like, oh, wait a minute. I'm doing research on boots, so maybe you shouldn't do your research on shoes since it's like a little bit similar to mine. But if you're like, oh yeah, man, go ahead, do research on shoes. Okay, so I'm gonna do my research on shoes. And then you send an email, petty AF, and be like, well, remember years ago when I said I was gonna do research on shoes? I explained that I don't remember, like, I wouldn't remember him mentioning this either. And the idea is still very preliminary and not completely similar to what he's planning to do. I also apologize for how this made him feel and mentioned that you're open to discussing this further, so the research would be complementary and collaborative. So she's over here like, okay, so I'm doing my research on shoes. I know that you're doing your research on boots. Let's do research on different types of boots. Let's collaborate. A meeting of the minds. Let's do a collaboration. Since you're doing boots, I'm doing shoes. Let's talk about different types of boots and work off of each other. And so she didn't get a reply. So I also messaged him through text about the situation. So she keeps reaching out to him. Hey, are you good with this meeting of minds about shoes and different types of boots? But you haven't gotten a reply. And then when she finally meets him in person, he's like, I don't want to be your friend anymore because you're doing a research paper about shoes. That's weird. Petty. All right. Nah, academia is brutal and sometimes this happens. I joke. Really? Is it really that serious? When you get your master's? I joke about how I had a nemesis for not a nemesis. Not a Sasuke to your Naruto. For a few years because every time I suggested a new article to my editor, he replied that XXX was already working on the article like that, and surely vice versa. Because we were both publishing about the same field at the same time, you didn't intentionally go out with his research plan and plagiarize it as your own. You organically produced it because you both work in similar fields. At the same time, if I had been in a long-term plan for him, it's understandable why he could see it as a personal slight or interpret it as you getting a leg up on him if he believes that you've kept it in your back pocket until such a time. Ultimately, I think he does need to work through his emotions and understand that you've done nothing wrong, that this is the nature of academia, and that sometimes there are no original ideas, just whoever got their idea published first. Oh, so is it a matter of like, hey, I'm gonna do research on shoes, and you lead with that to the professor, you pitch that to the professor, and then your friend is like, well, I want to do research on boots, and then the professor is like, you can't do that because she's doing research on shoes. Is that what this is? Because that's fucked up. But good luck with your project, and I hope he does reach out to rebuild that friendship. Yeah, not the asshole. He's been sitting on the idea for years without doing anything with it. Yeah, that's on him, not you. If he had data and was working towards a publication and you scooped him, I'd be more inclined to say you suck based on that friendship. Good luck on the project, OP. Yeah, this is weird. Like, and even then, like, if she's doing research on shoes and you're doing research on boots, I know I keep saying that, but it's easy for me to remember. LOL, no, that part, but I think people make gas to talk about me. I'm sorry, Alex, I just saw that. I'm sorry. I don't know, but like, I feel like there would have been a way for you guys to come together and come up with like a really strong thesis that complemented each of you guys' research and also like uplifted you guys' projects as well. I don't know, in my opinion. But you know what this also reminds me of? It reminds me of Midsummer when Chris so in the movie Midsummer, the movie about the weird Swedish cult, um Chris, the boyfriend who's an asshole that Danny inevitably puts into a bear and burns him alive, steals the thesis of the black guy. I forgot his name. Let me look up the Midsummer cast. I learned that there's a director's cut of Midsummer that explains like a lot more of what went on in the movie. This is one of my favorite horror movies, by the way. Okay, Josh. Josh. I love Josh. I like the way his face looks. Him and then Will Poulter. I like both of their faces. They have very interesting faces. I like their faces. Okay, so Will Poulter and Mark and Josh, but we're not talking about Mark. We're talking about Christian. Chris. Okay, he kind of looks like a chaotic evil version of Chris Pratt. But Chris Christian, right, had a thesis of the cult in Switzerland. Or no, Josh had a thesis of the cult in Switzerland. Excuse me. And like he was gonna do the cult in Midsummer about he was gonna do a paper in Midsummer about the cult, the Orga, I guess is the name of the cult in Switzerland that they were in. And almost immediately, in true white guy nature, Chris swoops in and he's like, oh, well, actually, that's what my thesis is. And so he basically stole Josh's idea, which is very fucked up. And so, like, they were writing, like, graduate papers on different, I guess, themes of, I don't know, cults or something. And Josh had the idea to do it on the Orga. And then Chris came in and was like, well, no, I actually want to do it on the Orga. Sorry. And Josh was like, hey, that's not cool. This is my idea. I had planned my whole life around this, my whole thesis around this. And Chris is like, well, no, I'm going to do it anyway. Fuck you. So it feels like something similar to this, except in this case, research, like she's willing to do a research related to her colleagues' research, but also like let them work together. You know what I mean? Like they're able to work together on this project so that it doesn't feel like she's like stealing his idea and he just feels a way about it, which is very petty. I don't know. I feel like y'all could have worked together. I feel like if you were gonna do research on shoes and he could do research on boots, and then y'all can come together and talk about different types of boots like Doc Martens and Demonias. I don't know. I don't know, girl. I think it's just weird. I think it's weird. He sounds like a bit of a Suki Lala. I don't know what that is. You're the asshole. You betray your friend and probably ruined your research career at all. Okay, let me read this one because this one's a little bit much. You're the asshole. You betray your friend and probably ruined your research career at all when people talk about you being not trustworthy and still do not get it. For everyone, it will look like you steal ideas. You most likely did and didn't even realize. And the worst part, you even offer some collaboration. It's like you allow him to use his own idea under your terms. I hope he publishes first and render your attempt worthless. But how, like if this is an idea someone came up with years ago, how am I going to remember that? And then more importantly, it wasn't like let's go back and read this, okay? I'm proposing a new project to get research funding. After discussing with my supervisor, we came up with the preliminary research idea. Oh, so she went to him first. She went to the supervisor first. Okay. I talked to my colleague 34 male because he's working on a related project to get his thoughts on it. I'm very close to him with him and consider him as my friend. We play sports. Um, okay, so that's a little dicey. So I can see how someone might see you as the asshole in that regard, but I still think there's space for everyone to eat. Like I said, you might be doing your research on Doc Martens. He might be doing his research on Demonias. Both are boots, but like different types of boots. So y'all should be okay. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But with that in mind, we have reached time. I am done here, guys. I'm going to close out today's stream, but this was very, very fun. I want to say my favorite story of today was probably the side chick one. That one was interesting because I don't know. I feel like I said before, I don't knowing side chicks, I really can't be friends with. I really can't be friends with them. I can't. But I don't know. That one was really interesting because it shows how great of lengths people are willing to go to rationalize their bad behaviors. So that one was fun. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with my stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on my stream today, guys. Excuse me. I will be streaming again this week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're going to continue playing the final chapter of The Walking Dead with Clementine. And then I think after that, I will either play The Wolf Among Us or I might play the Michonne side chapter. And then there's also a bonus episode called First 100 Days. I'd want to play that too. But I don't know. I'm a little like fatigued with The Walking Dead. I don't know. It feels like every season, with the exception of season one, it's almost like we're finding a new establishment, and then we find out that the politics of said establishment are fucked up, and then zombies come, the herd comes and infiltrates establishment, and people die. Like that's what it feels like. Like it just feels very like not unique. I think it's cool this time that it's kids. It's kids that are in a boarding school. That adds like a fun little take on the zombie apocalypse. But I don't know. At some point, girl, we need to get it together. Like there has to be more people than there are zombies, right? I don't know. I don't know. In my opinion. In my opinion. But anyway, y'all, thank you so so much for watching my stream. I hope to see you guys this upcoming week on Tuesday and Thursdays. I start streaming around I'm gonna say 5-ish, 5 to like 9:30 p.m. And as always, I stream my Reddit story Sundays from 8 to 8 p.m. to midnight. So feel free to be a part of that if you are interested. And as always, love you guys so, so, so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday and have a great week coming up. Thank you guys so much. And I will see you next time, okay? Goodbye.